Chapter 1 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 1. A Friend in Need. A light breeze was blowing down the inlet, scented with the smell of the firs, and the tiny ripples it chased across the water splashed musically against the bows of the canoe. There was a thud as the blade struck the water, and the long, light hull forged onwards with slightly lifted, bird's head prow, while the two men swung forward for the next stroke with a rhythmic grace of motion. They knelt facing forward in the bottom of the craft, and dissimilar as they were in features and, to some extent, in character, the likeness between them was stronger than the difference. Both bore the unmistakable stamp of a wholesome life spent in vigorous labor in the open. Their eyes were clear, and like those of most bushmen, singularly steady. Their skin was weather-darkened, and they were leanly muscular. On either side of the lane of green water giant firs, cedars, and balsams crept down the rocky hills to the whitened driftwood fringe. They formed part of the great coniferous forest which rolls westwards from the wet coast range of Canada's Pacific province, and, overleaping the strait, spreads across the rugged and beautiful wilderness of Vancouver Island. Ahead, clusters of little frame houses showed up here and there in the openings among the trees, and a small sloop, towards which the canoe was heading, lay anchored near the wharf. The men had plied the paddle during most of that day, from inclination rather than necessity, because they could have hired Siwash Indians to undertake the labor for them, had they been so minded. They were, though their appearance did not suggest it, moderately prosperous, but their prosperity was of recent date, and they had been accustomed to doing everything for themselves, as are most of the men who dwell among the woods and ranges of British Columbia. Vane, who knelt nearest the bows, was 27 years of age, and he had spent 9 of them chopping trees, driving cattle, poling canoes, and assisting in the search for useful minerals among the snow-clad ranges. He wore a wide gray felt hat, which had lost its shape from frequent wettings, an old shirt of the same color, and blue duck trousers, rent in places, but the light attire revealed a fine muscular symmetry. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and a certain warmth of coloring which showed through the deep bronze of his skin hinted at a sanguine and somewhat impatient temperament. His companion, Carroll, had lighter hair and gray eyes, and his appearance was a little less vigorous and a little more refined, though he, too, had toiled hard and borne many privations in the wilderness. His dress resembled Vane's. The two had located a valuable mineral property some months earlier, and though this does not invariably follow, had held their own against city financiers during the negotiations that preceded the floating of a company to work the mine. That they had succeeded in securing a good deal of the stock was largely due to Vane's pertinacity, and said something for his acumen, but both had been trained in a very hard school. As the wooden houses ahead rose higher and the sloop's gray hull grew into sharper shape upon the clear green shining of the brine, Vane broke into a snatch of song. "Had I the wings of a dove, I would fly, just for tonight, to the old country." He stopped and laughed. "It's 9 years since I've seen it, but I can't get those lines out of my head. Perhaps it's because of the girl who sang them. Somehow I felt sorry for her. She had remarkably fine eyes. "Sea blue," said his companion. "I don't grasp the connection between the last two remarks." "Neither do I," Vane admitted. "I suppose there isn't one. But they weren't sea blue, unless you mean the depth of indigo when you're out of sounding. They're Irish eyes." "You're not Irish. There's not a trace of the Celt in you, unless it's your habit of getting indignant with the folks who don't share your views." "No, sir," answered Vane. "By birth I'm North Country England, I mean. Over there we're respectable before everything, and smart at getting hold of whatever's worth having. As a matter of fact, you Ontario Scotsmen are mighty like us." "You certainly came out well ahead of those city men who put up the dollars," said Carroll. "I guess it's in the blood, though I fancied they would take the mine from you." Vane brought his paddle down with a thud. "Just for tonight, to the old country," he hummed, and added, "It sticks to one." "Why did you leave the old country?" "That's a blamed injudicious question to ask, but you shall have an answer. There was a row at home. I was a sentimentalist then, and just 18, and as the result of it I came out to Canada." His voice changed and grew softer. "I hadn't many relatives, and except one sister, they're all gone now. That reminds me, she's not going to lecture for the county education authorities any longer." The sloop was close ahead, and slackening the paddling they ran alongside. Vane glanced at his watch when they had climbed on board. "Supper will be finished at the hotel," he remarked. "You had better get the stove lighted. It's your turn, and that rascally Siwash seems to have gone off again. If he's not back when we're ready, we'll sail without him." Carroll, accordingly, prepared the meal, and when they had finished it they lay on deck smoking with a content which was not altogether accounted for by a satisfied appetite. They had spent several anxious months, during which they had come very near the end of their slender resources, arranging for the exploitation of the mine, and now at last the work was over. Vane had that day made his final plans for the construction of a road and wharf by which the ore could be economically shipped for reduction, or, as the alternative to this, for the erection of a small smelting plant. They had bought the sloop as a convenient means of conveyance and shelter, since they could live in some comfort on board. Now they could take their ease for a while, which was a very unusual thing to both of them. "I suppose you're bent on sailing this craft back?" Carroll said at length. "We could hire a couple of Siwash to take her home while we rowed across the island and got the cars to Victoria. Besides, there's that steamboat coming down the coast tonight." "Either way would cost a good deal extra," Vane pointed out. "That's true," Carroll agreed with an amused look. "You could charge it to the company." Vane laughed. "You and I have a big stake in the concern, and I haven't got used to spending money unnecessarily yet. I've been mighty glad to earn $2.50 by working from sun up until dark, though I didn't always get it afterwards. So have you." "How are you going to dispose of your dollars, then? You have a balance in cash, as well as the shares." "It has occurred to me that I might spend a few months in the old country. Have you ever been over?" "I was across some time ago, but if you would sooner I went with you, I'll come along. We could start as soon as we've arranged the few matters left open in Vancouver." Vane was glad to hear it. He knew little about Carroll's antecedents, but the latter was obviously a man of education, and they had been comrades for the last 3 years. during that time they had learnt to trust each other, and to bear with each other's idiosyncrasies. Filling his pipe again as he lay in the fading sunlight, Vane looked back on the 9 years he had passed in Canada, and allowing for the periods of exposure to cold and wet, and the almost ceaseless toil, he admitted that he might have spent them more unpleasantly. Having quarrelled with his relatives, he had come out with only a few pounds, and had promptly set about earning a living with his hands. When he had been in the country several years, however, a friend of the family had sent him a small sum, and the young man had made a judicious use of the money. The lot he bought outside a wooden town doubled in value, and the share he took in a new orchard paid him well. But he had held aloof from the cities, and his only recklessness had been prospecting journeys into the wilderness. Prospecting for minerals is at once an art and a gamble, but even in this direction, in which he had keen wits against him, Vane had held his own. But there was one side of life with which he was practically unacquainted. There are no social amenities on the range side or in the bush, and women are scarce. Vane had lived in Spartan simplicity. His passions had remained unstirred, and now he was 27, sound and vigorous of body, and, as a rule, level of head. At length, however, there was to be a change. He had earned an interlude of leisure, and he meant to enjoy it, without, as he prudently determined, making a fool of himself. Presently Carroll took his pipe from his mouth. "Are you going ashore to the show tonight?" he asked. "Yes," said Vane lazily. "It's a long while since I've struck another entertainment of any kind, and that yellow-haired mite's dancing is one of the prettiest things I've seen." "You've been twice already," Carroll pointed out. "The girl with the blue eyes sings her first song rather well." "I think so," Vane agreed, with a significant absence of embarrassment. "In this case a good deal depends upon the singing, the interpretation, don't they call it? The thing's on the border, and I've struck places where they've made it gross, but the girl only brought out the mischief. Strikes me she didn't see there was anything else in it." "That's curious, considering the crowd she goes about with," Carroll suggested. "Aren't you cultivating a critical faculty?" Vane disregarded the ironical question. "She's Irish. That accounts for a good deal." He paused and looked thoughtful. "If I knew how to do it, I'd like to give the child who dances $5. It must be a tough life, and her mother, the woman at the piano, looks ill. I wonder why they came to a place like this." "Struck a cold streak at Nanaimo, the storekeeper told me," Carroll replied. "Anyway, since we're to start at sunup, I'm staying here." Then he smiled. "Has it struck you that your attendance in the front seats is liable to misconception?" His companion rose, without answering, and dropped into the canoe. Thrusting her off, he drove the craft towards the wharf with vigorous strokes, and Carroll shook his head whimsically as he watched him. "Anybody except myself would conclude that he was waking up at last," he said. A minute or two later, Vane swung himself up onto the wharf, and strode into the wooden settlement. There were 1 or 2 hydraulic mines and a pulp mill in the vicinity, and though the place was by no means populous, a company of third-rate entertainers had arrived some days earlier. On reaching the rude wooden building in which they had given their performance, and finding it closed, he accosted a lounger. "What's become of the show?" he asked. "Busted," replied the man. Didn't take the boys' fancy, and the crowds went out with the stage this afternoon, though I heard that 2 of the women stayed behind." Vane turned away, with a slight sense of compassion. He, however, dismissed the matter from his mind, and having been kneeling in a cramped position in the canoe most of the day, decided to stroll along the waterside before going back to the sloop. Great firs stretched out their sombre branches over the smooth shingle, and now the sun had gone, their clean, resinous smell was heavy on the dew-cooled air. Here and there brushwood grew among outcropping rock, and catching sight of what looked like a stripe of woven fabric beneath a break, he strode towards it. Then he stopped with a start, for a young woman lay with her face hidden from him in an attitude of dejected abandonment. He was about to turn away softly, when she started and looked up at him. Her eyes were wet, but they were of the deep blue he had described to Carroll, and he stood still. "You shouldn't give way like that," he said. It was all he could think of, but he spoke without obtrusive assurance or pronounced embarrassment, and the girl, who shook out her crumpled skirt over one little foot with a swift movement, choked back a sob, and favored him with a glance of keen scrutiny as she rose to a sitting posture. She was quick at reading character; the life she had led made that necessary, and his manner and appearance were reassuring. She, however, said nothing, and sitting down on a neighbouring boulder, he took out his pipe from force of habit. "Well," he added, in much the same tone as he would have used to a distressed child, "what's the trouble?" She told him, speaking on impulse. "They've gone off and left me. The takings didn't meet expenses." "That's bad," said Vane gravely. "Do you mean they've left you alone?" "No," replied the girl. "In a way, it's worse than that. I suppose I could go somewhere, but there's Mrs. Marvin and Elsie." "The child who danced?" The girl assented, and Vane looked thoughtful. "The 3 of you stick together?" he suggested. "Of course. Mrs. Marvin's the only friend I have." "Then I suppose you've no idea what to do?" His companion confessed it, and explained that it was the cause of her distress, and that they had had bad luck of late. Vane could understand that as he looked at her. Her dress was shabby, and he fancied she had not been bountifully fed. "If you stayed here a few days, you could go out with the next stage, and get on to Victoria with the cars," he said. He paused, and continued diffidently: "It could be arranged with the hotel keeper." She laughed in a half hysterical manner, and he remembered that fares were high in the country. "I suppose you have no money?" he added with blunt directness. "I want you to tell Mrs. Marvin that I'll lend her enough to take you all to Victoria." Her face crimsoned, which was not quite what he had expected, and he suddenly felt embarrassed. "No," she replied, "I can't do that. For one thing, it would be too late when we got to Victoria. I think we could get an engagement if we reached Vancouver in time to get to Kamloops by—" Vane knitted his brows when he heard the date, and it was a moment or two before he spoke. "Then," he said, "there's only one way you can do so. There's a little steamboat coming down the coast tonight, and I had half thought of intercepting her and handing the skipper some letters to post in Victoria. He knows me. That's my sloop yonder, and if I put you on board the steamer, you'd reach Vancouver in good time. We would have sailed at sun-up anyway." The girl hesitated, which struck Vane as natural, and turned partly from him. He surmised that she did not know what to make of his offer, though her need was urgent. In the meanwhile he stood up. "Come along and talk it over with Mrs. Marvin," he went on. "I'd better tell you I'm Wallace Vane of the Clermont mine. Of course I know your name from the program." She rose and they walked back to the hotel. Once more it struck him that the girl was pretty and graceful. On reaching the hotel, he sat down on the veranda while she went in, and a few minutes later the elder woman came out, and looked at him much as the girl had done. He grew hot under her gaze, and repeated his offer in the curtest terms. "If this breeze holds, we'll put you on board the steamer soon after daybreak," he explained. The woman's face softened, and he recognized now that there had been suspicion in it. "Thank you," she added. "We'll come." Then she added with an eloquent gesture, "You don't know what it means to us." Vane merely took off his hat and turned away, but a minute or two afterwards he met the hotel keeper. "Do these people owe you anything?" he asked. $5, answered the man. Vane handed him a bill. "Take it out of this, and make any excuse you like. I'm going to put them on board the steamboat." The man made no comment, and Vane, striding down to the beach, sent a hail ringing across the water. Carroll appeared on the sloop's deck and answered him. "Hello!" he cried. "What's the trouble?" "Get ready for the best supper you can manage for 3 people as quick as you can." Then he turned away in a hurry, wondering rather uneasily what Carroll would say when he grasped the situation. End of chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 2 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 2. A Breeze of Wind. There were signs of a change in the weather when Vane walked down to the wharf with his passengers, for a cold wind which had sprung up struck an eerie sighing from the somber firs, and sent the white mists streaming along the hillside. There was a watery moon in the sky, and on reaching the end of the wharf, Vane fancied that the singer hesitated. But the elder woman laid her hand upon the girl's arm reassuringly, and she got into the canoe. In a few minutes Vane ran the craft alongside the sloop, and saw the amazement in Carroll's face by the glow from the cabin's skylight. He, however, fancied that his comrade would rise to the occasion, and he handed his guests up. "My partner, Carroll. Mrs. Marvin and her daughter, Miss Kitty Blake. You have seen them already," he said. "They're coming down with us to catch the steamer." Carroll bowed, and Vane, who thrust back the cabin slide, motioned the others below. The place was brightly lighted by a nickeled lamp, though it was scarcely 4 feet high, and the centerboard trunk occupied the middle of it. A wide, cushioned locker ran along each side a foot above the floor, and a swing table, fixed above the trunk, filled up most of the space between. There was no cloth upon the table, but it was invitingly laid out with canned fruit, coffee, hot flapjacks, and a big lake trout. "You must help yourselves while we get sail upon the boat," said Vane. "The saloon's at your disposal. My partner and I have the forecastle. You will notice there are blankets yonder, and as we'll have smooth water most of the way, you should get some sleep." He withdrew, closing the slide, and went forward with Carroll to shorten in the cable. But when they stopped beside the bitts his companion broke into a soft laugh. "Is there anything to amuse you?" Vane asked curtly. "Well," said Carroll with an air of reflection, "it strikes me you're making a rather unconventional use of your new prosperity, and it might be prudent to consider how your friends in Vancouver may regard the adventure." Vane sat down upon the bitts and took out his pipe. "One trouble in talking to you is that I never know whether you're in earnest or not. You trot out your cold-blooded worldly wisdom, and then you grin at it." "I think that's the only philosophic attitude," replied Carroll. "It's possible to grow furiously indignant with the restraints stereotyped people lay on one, but on the whole it's wiser to bow to them and chuckle. After all, they've some foundation." Vane looked up at him sharply. "You've been right in the advice you have given me more than once. You seem to know how prosperous and what you call stereotyped folks look at things. But you've never explained where you got the knowledge." "That," said Carroll, "is quite another matter." "Anyway," continued Vane, "there's one remark of yours I'd like to answer. You would, no doubt, consider I made a legitimate use of my money when I entertained that crowd of city people, some of whom would have plundered me if they could have managed it, in Vancouver? I didn't grudge it, but I was a little astonished when I saw the wine and cigar bill. It struck me that the best of them scarcely noticed what they got. I think they'd been up against it at one time, as we have. And it would have done the rest of the guzzlers good if they'd had to work all day with a shovel on pork and flapjacks. But we'll let that go. What have you and I done that we should swill in champagne, while a girl with a face like that one below, and a child who dances like a fairy, haven't enough to eat? You know what I paid for the last cigars. What confounded hogs we are!" Carroll laughed outright. There was not an ounce of superfluous flesh upon his comrade, who was hardened and toughened by determined labour, and the term hog appeared singularly inappropriate. "Well," said Carroll, "you'll no doubt get used to the new conditions by and by, and in regard to your latest exploit, there's a motto on your insignia of the Garter which might meet the case. But hadn't we better heave her over her anchor?" They seized the chain, and as it ran below, a sharp musical rattle rang out, for the hollow hull flung back the metallic clinking like a sounding board. When the cable was shored up, they grasped the halyards, and the big gaff mainsail rose flapping up the mast. They set it and turned to the headsails, for though strictly speaking a sloop only carries one, the term is loosely applied in places, and as Vane had changed her rig there were two of them. "It's a fair wind, and I expect we'll find more weight in it lower down," said Carroll. "We'll let the staysail lie and run her with the jib." They set the jib and broke out the anchor. Vane took the helm, and the sloop, slanting over her until her deck on one side dipped close to the frothing brine, drove away into the darkness. The lights of the settlement faded among the trees, and when Carroll coming aft flung a strip of canvas over the skylight, his comrade could see the black hills and climbing firs on both sides slip by. Sliding vapors streaked them, a crisp splashing sound made by the curling ripples followed the vessel, the canoe surged along noisily astern, and the frothing and gurgling grew louder at the bows. They were running down one of the deep, forest-shrouded inlets which, resembling the Norwegian fjords, pierce the Pacific littoral of Canada. "I wonder how the wind is outside," Vane said. Carroll looked round and saw the white mists stream athwart the pines on a promontory they were skirting. "That's more than I can tell. In these troughs among the hills it either blows straight up or directly down, and I dare say we'll find it different when we reach the Sound. One thing's certain, there's some weight in it now." Vane nodded agreement, though an idea that troubled him crept into his mind. "I understand the steamboat skipper will run into land some Siwash he's bringing down. It will be awkward in the dark if the wind's on shore." Carroll made no comment, and they drove on, until as they swept round the point the sloop, slanting sharply, dipped her lee rail in the froth. "We'll have to tie down a reef," he said. Vane told him to take the tiller, and scrambling forward, rapped upon the cabin side, which he flung back. Mrs. Marvin lay upon the leeward locker with a blanket across her, and the little girl at her feet. Miss Blake sat on the weather one with a book in her hand. "We're going to take some sail off the boat," he said. "You needn't be disturbed by the noise." "When do you expect to meet the steamer?" Miss Blake inquired. "Not for 2 or 3 hours, anyway," Vane answered, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Then, as he fancied the girl had noticed it, he closed the slide. "Down helm," he said to Carroll, and there was a banging and thrashing of canvas as the sloop came up into the wind. They held her there, with the jib aback, while they hauled the canoe on board, which was not an easy task, and then with difficulty hove down a reef in the mainsail. It was heavy work, because there was nobody at the helm, and the craft falling off once or twice as they leaned out upon the boom, with toes on her depressed lee rail, threatened to hurl them into the frothing water. Neither of them were trained sailors, but on that coast with its inlets and sounds and rivers the wanderer learns to handle sail and paddle and canoe pole. They finished their task, and when Vane seized the helm, Carroll sat down under the shelter of the coaming, out of the flying spray. "We'll probably have some trouble putting your friends on board the steamer, even if she runs in," he remarked. "What are you going to do if there's no sign of her?" "It's a question I've been shirking for the last half hour," Vane confessed. "I'd like to point out that it would be very slow work beating back up this inlet, and if we did so there isn't a stage across the island for several days. No doubt you remember you have to see that contractor on Thursday, and there's the directors' meeting." "It's uncommonly awkward," Vane answered dubiously. Carroll laughed. "It strikes me your guests will have to stay where they are, whether they like it or not. But there's one consolation. If this wind is from the northwest, which is most likely, it will be a fast run to Victoria. And now I'll try to get some sleep." He disappeared down a scuttle forward, leaving Vane somewhat disturbed in mind. He had merely contemplated taking his guests for a few hours' run, but to have them on board for, perhaps, several days, was a very different thing. Besides, he was far from sure that they would understand the necessity for the latter, in which case the situation might become difficult. In the meanwhile the sloop drove on, until at last towards morning the beach fell back on each hand, and she met the long swell tumbling in from the Pacific. The wind was from the northwest, and blowing moderately hard. There was no light yet in the sky above the black heights to the east of him, and the swell grew higher and steeper, breaking white here and there. The sloop plunged over it wildly, hurling the spray aloft, and it cost him a determined effort to haul his sheets in as the wind drew ahead. Shortly afterwards the beach faded altogether on one hand, and he saw that the sea was piled up into foaming ridges. It seemed most improbable that the steamer would run in to land her Indian passengers, and he drove the sloop on with showers of stinging brine beating into her wet canvas and whirling about him. By and by he noticed that a stream of smoke was pouring from the short funnel of the stove, and soon afterwards the cabin slide opened. Miss Blake crept out and stood up in the well, gazing forward while she clutched the combing. Day was now breaking, and Vane could see that her thin dress was blown flat against her. There was something graceful in her pose, and it struck him that she had a very pretty, slender figure. "Where's the steamer?" she asked. It was a question Vane had dreaded, but he answered it honestly. "I can't tell you. It's very likely that she has gone straight on to Victoria." He read suspicion in her suddenly hardening face. "You expected this when you asked us to come on board," she cried. "No," said Vane, whose face grew hot. "On my honor, I did nothing of the kind. There was only a moderate breeze when we left, and when it freshened enough to make it unlikely that the steamer would run in, I was as vexed as you seem to be. As it happened, I couldn't go back. I must get on to Victoria as soon as possible." She looked at him searchingly. "Then what are we to do?" she asked. There was distress in the cry, but Vane answered it in his most matter-of-fact tone. "So far as I can see, you can only reconcile yourself to staying on board. We'll have a fresh fair wind for Victoria, once we're round the next head, and with luck we ought to get there late tonight." "You're sure you'll be there, then?" "I'm sorry I can't even promise that. It depends upon the weather," he replied. "But you mustn't stand up in the spray. You're getting wet through." She still clung to the combing, but he fancied that her misgivings were vanishing, and he spoke again. "How are Mrs. Marvin and the little girl? I see you have lighted the stove." The girl sat down, shivering, in the partial shelter of the combing, and at last a gleam of amusement, which he thought was partly compassionate, shone in her eyes. "I'm afraid they're far from well. That was why I lighted the fire. I wanted to make them some tea. I thought you wouldn't mind." Vane smiled. "Everything's at your service. Go and get your breakfast, and put on a coat you'll find below, if you come out again." She disappeared, and Vane felt relieved. Though the explanation had proved less difficult than he had anticipated, he was glad that it was over. Half an hour later she appeared again, carrying a loaded tray, and he wondered at the ease of her movements, for the sloop was plunging viciously. "I've brought you some breakfast. You have been up all night," she said. Vane laughed. "As I can only take one hand from the helm, you will have to cut up the bread and canned stuff for me. Draw that box out, and sit down beneath the combing if you mean to stay." She did as he told her. The well was some 4 feet long, and the bottom of it about half that distance below the level of the deck. As the result of this, she sat close to his feet, while he balanced himself on the combing, gripping the tiller. He noticed that she had brought an oilskin jacket with her. "Hadn't you better put this on first? There's a good deal of spray," she said. Vane struggled into the jacket with some difficulty, and she smiled as she handed him up a slice of bread and canned meat. "I suppose," she said, "you can only manage one piece at once?" "Thank you. That's about as much as you could expect one to be capable of, even allowing for the bushman's appetite. I'm surprised to see you lookin' so fresh." "Oh," said the girl, "I used to go out with the mackerel boats at home. We lived at the ferry. It was a mile across the loch, and with the wind westerly the sea worked in." "The loch?" said Vane. "I told Carroll you were from the Green Isle." It struck him that this was perhaps imprudent, since it implied that they had been discussing her. But, on the other hand, he thought the candour of the statement was in his favour. Then he added, "Have you been long out here?" Her face grew wistful. "4 years," she answered. "I came out with Larry, he's my brother. He was a forester at home, and he took small contracts for clearing land. Then he married, and I left him." Vane made a sign of comprehension. "I see. Where's Larry now?" "He went to Oregon. There was no answer to my last letter. I've lost sight of him." "And you go about with Mrs. Marvin? Is her husband alive?" Sudden anger flared up in the girl's blue eyes, though he knew it was not directed against him. "Yes," she said. "It's a pity he is. Men of his kind always seem to live." It occurred to Vane that Miss Blake, who had evidently a spice of temper, could be a staunch partisan, and he also noticed that now he had inspired her with some degree of trust in himself, her conversation was marked by an ingenious candour. For all that, she changed the subject. "Another piece, or some tea?" she asked. "Tea first," said Vane, and they both laughed when she afterwards handed him a double slice of bread. "These sandwiches strike me as unusually nice," he informed her. "It's exceptionally good tea, too." The blue eyes gleamed with amusement. "You have been in the cold all night, but I was once in a restaurant." She watched the effect of this statement on him. "You know, I really can't sing. I was never taught, anyway, though there were some of the settlements where we did rather well." Vane hummed a few bars of a song. "I don't suppose you realize what one ballad of yours has done. I'd almost forgotten the old country, but the night I heard you I felt I must go back and see it again. What's more, Carroll and I are going shortly. It's your doing." This was a matter of fact, but Kitty Blake had produced a deeper effect on him, although he was not aware of it yet. "It's a shame to keep you handing me things to eat," he added disconnectedly. "Still, I'd like another piece." She smiled, delighted, as she passed the food to him. "You can't help yourself and steer the boat. Besides, after the restaurant, I don't mind waiting on you." Vane made no comment, but he watched her with satisfaction while he ate, and as one result of it the sloop plunged heavily into the frothing sea. There was no sign of the others, and they were alone on the waste of tumbling water in the early dawn. The girl was pretty, and there was a pleasing daintiness about her. She belonged to the people, there was no doubt of that. But then Vane had a strong faith in the people, native born and adopted, of the Pacific slope. It was from them he had received the greatest kindnesses he could remember. They were cheerful optimists, indomitable grapplers with forest and flood, who did almost incredible things with axe and saw and giant powder. They lived in lonely ranch houses, tents, and rudely flung up shacks, driving the new roads along the range side, risking life and limb in wildcat adits. They were quick to laughter and reckless in hospitality. Then with an effort he brushed the hazy thoughts away. Kitty Blake was merely a guest of his. In another day he would land her in Victoria, and that would be the end of it. He was assuring himself of this when Carroll crawled up through the scuttle forward and came aft to join them. In spite of his prudent reflections, Vane was by no means certain that he was pleased to see him. End of chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 3 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 3. An Afternoon Ashore. Half the day had slipped by when the breeze freshened further and the sun broke through. The sloop was then rolling wildly as she drove along with the peak of her mainsail lowered before a big following sea. Vane looked thoughtful as he gripped the helm, because a head ran out from the beach he was following 3 or 4 miles away, and he would have to haul the boat up to windward to get around it. This would bring the combers upon her quarter, or, worse still, abeam. Kitty Blake was below. Mrs. Marvin had made no appearance yet, and he spoke to Carroll, who was standing in the well. "The sea's breaking more sharply, and we'd get uncommonly wet before we hammered round yonder head," he said. "There's an inlet on this side of it where we ought to find good shelter." "The trouble is that if you stay there long you'll be too late for the directors' meeting," Carroll answered. "They can't have the meeting without me, and if it's necessary, they can wait," Vane pointed out. "I've had to. Many an hour I've spent cooling my heels in offices before the head of the concern could find time to attend to me. No doubt it was part of the game, and done to impress me with a due sense of my unimportance." "It's possible," Carroll agreed, smiling. Kitty Blake made her appearance in the cabin entrance just then, and Vane smiled at her. "We're going to give you a rest," he announced. "There's an inlet close ahead where we should find smooth water, and we'll put you all ashore until the wind drops." There was no suspicion in the girl's face now, and she gave him a grateful glance before she disappeared below with the consoling news. Soon afterwards, Vane luffed into a tiny bay, where the sloop rode upright in the sunshine, with loose canvas flapping softly in a faint breeze while the cable rattled down. They got the canoe over, and when he had landed Mrs. Marvin and her little girl, both of whom looked very woebegone and the worse for the voyage, into her, Vane glanced around. "Isn't Miss Blake coming?" he asked. Mrs. Marvin, who was suggestively pallid, smiled. "She's changing her dress." She glanced at her own crumpled attire, and added, "I'm past thinking of such things as that." They waited some minutes, and then Vane called to Kitty, who appeared in the entrance to the cabin. "Won't you look in the locker and bring anything you think would be nice? We'll make a fire and have supper on the beach. If it isn't first rate, you'll be responsible." A few minutes later they paddled ashore, and Vane landed them on a strip of shingle with a wall of rock behind it, to which dark firs clung in the rifts and crannies. The sunshine streamed into the hollow, the wind was cut off, and not far away a crystal stream came splashing down a ravine. Vane, who had brought an axe, made a fire of resinous wood, and Carroll and Kitty prepared a bountiful supper. After it was finished, Carroll carried the plates away to the stream, towards which Mrs. Marvin and the little girl followed him, and Vane and Kitty were left beside the fire. She sat on a log of driftwood, and he lay on the warm shingle with his pipe in his hand. The clear green water splashed and tinkled upon the pebbles close at his feet, and a faint elfin sighing fell from the firs above them. It was very old music, the song of the primeval wilderness, and though he had heard it often, it had a strange, unsettling effect upon him as he languidly watched his companion. There was no doubt that she was pleasant to look upon, but although he failed to recognize this clearly, it was to a large extent an impersonal interest he took in her. She was not so much an attractive young woman with qualities that pleased him, as a type of something that had so far not come into his life, something which he vaguely felt that he had missed. One could have fancied that by some deep-sunk intuition she surmised this fact, and felt the security of it. "So you believe you can get an engagement if you reach Vancouver in time?" he said at length. Kitty assented, and he asked, "How long will it last?" "I can't tell. Perhaps a few weeks. It depends upon how the boys are pleased with the show." "It must be a hard life," Vane broke out. "You must make very little, scarcely enough, I suppose, to carry you on from one engagement to another. After all, weren't you as well off at the restaurant? Didn't they treat you properly?" She colored a little at the question. "Oh, yes. At least I have no fault to find with the man who kept it, or his wife." Vane made a hasty sign of comprehension. He supposed that the difficulty had arisen from the conduct of one or more of the regular customers. He felt he would very much like to meet the man whose undesired attentions had driven his companion from her occupation. "Did you ever try to learn keeping accounts, or typewriting?" he asked. "I tried it once, but the mill shut down." "I've an idea that I could find you a post." Vane made the suggestion casually, though he was troubled by an inward diffidence. He saw a tinge of warmer color creep into the girl's cheeks. "No," she said decidedly. "It wouldn't do." The man knitted his brows, though he fancied that she was right. "Well," he replied, "I don't want to be officious, but how can I help?" "You can't help at all." Vane, who saw that she meant it, lay smoking in silence for a minute or two. Then Carroll came up with Mrs. Marvin and the child, and he felt strongly stirred when the little girl walked up to him shyly with a basket filled with shells. He drew her down beside him, with an arm about her waist, while he examined her treasures, and then, glancing up, met Kitty's eyes, and felt his face grow hot with an emotion he failed to analyze. The child was delicate. Life had scanty pleasure to offer her, but now she was happy. "They're so pretty, and there are lots of them," she said. "Can't we stay here longer and gather some more?" "Yes," said Vane, conscious that Carroll, who had heard the question, was watching him. "You shall stay and get as many as you want. I'm afraid you don't like the sloop." "No," replied the child gravely. "I don't like it when it jumps. After I woke up, it jumped all the time." "Never mind," said Vane. "The boat will keep still tonight, and I don't think there'll be any waves to roll her about tomorrow. We'll bring you ashore first thing in the morning." He talked to her for a few minutes, and then strolled along the beach with Carroll. "Why did you promise that child to stay here?" Carroll asked. "Because I felt like doing so." "I needn't remind you that you've an appointment with Horsfield about the smelter, and there's a meeting of the board next day. If we started now, and caught the first steamer across, you wouldn't have much time to spare." "That's correct. I shall have to wire from Victoria that I've been detained." Carroll laughed expressively. "Do you mean to keep your directors waiting to please a child?" "I suppose that's one reason. Anyway, I don't propose to hustle the little girl and her mother on board the steamer helpless with seasickness." He paused, and a gleam of humor crept into his eyes. "As I told you, I've no objection to letting the directors wait my pleasure." "But they set the concern on its feet." "Just so," said Vane coolly. "On the other hand, they got excellent value for their services, and I found the mine. What's more, during the preliminary negotiations, most of them treated me very casually." "Well?" said Carroll. "There's going to be a difference now. I've a board of directors. One way or another, I've had to pay for the privilege pretty dearly. But I don't intend that they should run the Clermont mine." Carroll glanced at him with open amusement. There had been a marked change in Vane since he had floated the company, but it was one that did not astonish his comrade. Carroll had long suspected him of latent capabilities which had suddenly sprung to life. "You ought to see Horsfield before you meet the board," he pointed out. "I'm not sure," Vane answered. "In fact, I'm uncertain whether I'll give Horsfield the contract, even if we decide about the smelter. I don't want a man with too firm a hold up against me." "But if he put his money in with the idea of getting certain pickings?" "He didn't explain his intentions, and I made no promises," Vane answered dryly. "He'll get his dividends. That'll satisfy him." They rejoined the others, and when the white mists crept lower down from the heights above, and the chill of the dew was in the air, Vane launched the canoe. "It's getting late, and there's a long run in front of us tomorrow," he informed his passengers. "The sloop will lie as still as if moored in a pond, and you'll have her all to yourselves. Carroll and I are going to camp ashore." He paddled them off to the boat, and coming back with some blankets, cut a few armfuls of spruce twigs in a ravine and spread them out beside the fire. Then sitting down just clear of the scented smoke, he lighted his pipe and asked an abrupt question. "What do you think of Kitty Blake?" "Well," said Carroll cautiously, "I must confess that I've taken some interest in the girl, partly because you were obviously doing so. In a general way, what I noticed rather surprised me. It wasn't what I expected." "You smart folks are as often wrong as the rest of us. I suppose you look for cold-blooded assurance, tempered by what one might call experienced coquetry?" "Something of the kind," Carroll agreed. "As you say, I was wrong. There are only two ways of explaining Miss Blake, and the first's the one that would strike most people. That is, she's acting a part, possibly with an object, holding her natural self in check and doing it cleverly." Vane laughed scornfully. "I wouldn't have entertained that idea for 5 minutes." "Then," said Carroll, "there's the other explanation. It's simply that the girl's life hasn't affected her. Somehow she has kept fresh and wholesome." "There's no doubt of it," said Vane shortly. "You offered to help her in some way?" "I did. I don't know how you guessed it. I said I'd find her a situation. She wouldn't hear of it." "She was wise," said Carroll. "Vancouver isn't a very big place yet, and the girl has more sense than you have. What did you say?" "Nothing. You interrupted us. But I'm going to sleep." He rolled himself up in his blanket and lay down among the soft spruce twigs, but Carroll sat still in the darkness and smoked his pipe out. Then he glanced at his comrade, who lay still, breathing evenly. "No doubt you'll be considered fortunate," he said, apostrophizing him half aloud. "You've had power and responsibility thrust upon you. What will you make of them?" Then he too lay down, and only the soft splash of the tiny ripples broke the silence while the fire sank lower. They sailed next morning, and eventually arrived in Victoria after the boat which crossed the strait had gone, but the breeze was fair from the westwards, and after dispatching a telegram, Vane put to sea again. The sloop made a quick passage, and for most of the time her passengers lounged in the sunshine on her gently slanted deck. It was evening when they ran through the Narrows into Vancouver's landlocked harbour. Half an hour later, Vane landed his passengers, and it was not until he had left them they discovered that he had thrust a roll of paper currency into the little girl's hand. Then he and Carroll set off for the C.P.R. Hotel. End of chapter 3. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 4 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 4. A Change of Environment. On the evening after his arrival in Vancouver, Vane, who took Carroll with him, paid a visit to one of his directors, and, in accordance with the invitation, reached the latter's dwelling some little time before the arrival of other guests, whose acquaintance it was considered advisable that he should make. Vane and his companion were ushered into a small room, with an uncovered floor and simple hardwood furniture. It was obviously a working room, for, as a rule, the work of the Western business man goes on continuously, except when he is asleep. But a somewhat portly lady with a good-humored face reclined in a rocking-chair. A gaunt, elderly man of rugged appearance rose from his seat at a writing-table as his guests entered. "So you've come at last," he said. "I had you shown in here because this room is mine, and I can smoke when I like. The rest of the house is Mrs. Nairn's, and it seems that her friends do not appreciate the smell of my cigars. I'm not sure that I can blame them." Mrs. Nairn smiled placidly. "Alec," she explained, "leaves them lying everywhere, and I do not like the stubs on the stairs. But sit ye down, and he will give you one." Vane felt at home with both of them. He had met people of their kind before, and allowing for certain idiosyncrasies, considered them the salt of the Dominion. Nairn had done good service to his adopted country, developing her new industries, with some profit to himself, for he was of Scottish extraction. But while close at a bargain, he could be generous afterwards. When his guests were seated, he laid 2 cigar boxes on the table. "Those," he said, pointing to one of them, "are mine. I think ye had better try the others. They're for visitors." Vane, who had already noticed the aroma of the cigar that was smouldering on a tray, decided that he was right, and dipped his hand into the second box, which he passed to Carroll. "Now," said Nairn, "we can talk comfortably, and Clara will listen. Afterwards it's possible she will favour me with her opinion." Mrs. Nairn smiled at them encouragingly, and her husband proceeded: "One or two of my colleagues were no pleased at ye for putting off the meeting." "The sloop was small, and it was blowing rather hard," Vane explained. "Maybe," said Nairn. "For all that, the tone of your message was not altogether conciliatory. It informed us that you would arrange for the postponed meeting at your earliest convenience. You didna mention ours." "I pointed that out to him, and he said it didn't matter," Carroll broke in, laughing. Nairn spread out his hands in expostulation, but there was dry appreciation in his eyes. "Young blood must have its way." Then he paused. "You will not have said anything to Horsfield yet about the smelter?" "No. So far I'm not sure it would pay us to put up the plant, and the other man's terms were lower." "Maybe," Nairn answered, and he made the word very expressive. "You have had the handling of the thing, but henceforward it will be necessary to get the sanction of the board. However, you will meet Horsfield to-night. We expect him and his sister." Vane thought he had been favoured with a hint, but he also fancied that his host was not inimical, and was merely reserving his judgment. The latter changed the subject. "So you're going to England for a holiday," he remarked. "You'll have friends who'll be glad to see you?" "I've one sister, and no other near relatives, but I expect to spend some time with folks you know. The Chisholms are old family friends, and, as you will remember, it was through them I first approached you." Then, obeying one of the impulses which occasionally swayed him, he turned to Mrs. Nairn. "I'm grateful to them for sending me the letter of introduction to your husband. He didn't treat me as the others did when I first went round this city with a few mineral specimens." He had expected nothing when he spoke, but there was a responsive look in the lady's face, which hinted that he had made a friend, and, as a matter of fact, he owed a good deal to his host. "So you're meaning to stay with Chisholm," Nairn exclaimed. "We had Evelyn here 2 years ago, and Clara said something about her coming out again." "I never heard of that, but it's 9 years since I saw Evelyn." "Then there's a surprise in store for ye," said Nairn. "I believe they've a bonny place, and there's no doubt Chisholm will make ye welcome." The slight pause was expressive. It implied that Nairn, who had a somewhat biting humour, could furnish a reason for Chisholm's hospitality if he desired, and Vane was confirmed in this supposition when he saw the warning look which his hostess cast at her husband. "It's likely that we'll have Evelyn again in the fall," she broke in. "It's a very small world, Mr. Vane." "It's a far cry from Vancouver to England," said Vane. "How did you come to know Chisholm?" Nairn answered him: "Our acquaintance began with business, and he's a kind of connection of Colquhoun's." Colquhoun was a man of some importance, who held a Crown appointment, and Vane felt inclined to wonder why Chisholm had not sent him a letter to him. Afterwards he guessed at the reason, which was not flattering to himself or his host. The latter and he chatted a while on business topics, until there was a sound of voices below, and going down in company with Mrs. Nairn, they found 2 or 3 new arrivals in the entrance hall. More came in, and when they sat down to supper, Vane was given a place beside a lady whom he had already met. Jessie Horsfield was about his own age, tall and slight of figure, with regular features, a rather colourless face, and eyes of a cold light blue. There was, however, something which Vane considered striking in her appearance, and he was gratified by her graciousness to him. Her brother sat almost opposite to them, a tall, spare man, with an expressionless countenance, except for the aggressive hardness in his eyes. Vane had noticed this look in them, and it had roused his dislike. But he had not observed it in those of Miss Horsfield, though it was present now and then. Nor did he realize that while she chatted, she was unobtrusively studying him. She had not favored him with much notice when she was in his company on a previous occasion. He had been a man of no importance then. "I suppose you are glad you have finished your work in the bush," she remarked presently. "It must be nice to get back to civilization." "Yes," Vane assented. "It's remarkably nice after living for 9 years in the wilderness." A fresh dish was laid before them, and his companion smiled. "You didn't get things of this kind among the pines." "No," said Vane. "In fact, cookery is one of the chopper's trials. You come back dead tired, and often very wet, to your lonely tent, and then there's a fire to make and supper to get before you can rest. It happens now and then that you're too played out to trouble, and go to sleep instead." "Dreadful," said the girl sympathetically. "But you have been in Vancouver before." "Except on the last occasion, I stayed down near the waterfront. We were not provided with luxurious quarters or suppers of this kind then." Jessie nodded. "It's romantic, and though you must be glad it's over, there must be some satisfaction in feeling that you owe the change to your own efforts. Doesn't it give you a feeling that in some degree you're master of your fate? I fancy I should like that." It was subtle flattery, and there were reasons why it appealed to the man. He had wandered about the province in search of employment, besides being beaten down at many a small bargain by more fortunately situated men. Now, however, he had resolved that there should be a difference. Instead of begging favors, he would dictate terms. "I should have imagined it," he said, in answer to her last remark, and he was right, for Jessie Horsfield was a clever woman who loved power and influence. Then she abruptly changed the subject. "It was you who located the Clermont mine, wasn't it?" she asked. "I read something about it in the papers. I think they said it was copper." This vagueness was misleading, because her brother had given her a good deal of information about the mine. "Yes," said Vane, who was willing to take up any subject she suggested. "It's copper, but there's some silver combined with it. Of course the value of any ore depends upon two things: the percentage of the metal, and the cost of extracting it." She waited with flattering interest, and he added, "In both respects Clermont produce is promising." After that he did not remember what they talked about, but the time passed rapidly, and he was surprised when Mrs. Nairn rose, and the company drifted away by twos and threes toward the veranda. Left by himself a moment, he came upon Carroll sauntering down a corridor, and the latter stopped him. "I've had a chat with Horsfield," he remarked. "Well?" said Vane. "He may have merely meant to make himself agreeable, and he may have wished to extract information about you. If the latter was his object, he was not successful." "Ah," said Vane thoughtfully. "Nairn's straight away, anyway, and to be relied upon. I like him and his wife." "So do I," Carroll agreed. He moved away, and a few moments later Horsfield joined Vane, who had strolled out onto the veranda. "I don't know if it's a very suitable time to mention it, but are you any nearer a decision about that smelter yet?" he said. "Candidly, I'd like the contract." "No," said Vane. "I can't make up my mind, and I may postpone the matter indefinitely. It might prove more profitable to ship the ore out for reduction." Horsfield examined his cigar. "Of course I can't press you, but I may perhaps suggest that, as we'll have worked together in other matters, I might be able to give you a quid pro quo." "That occurred to me," said Vane. "On the other hand, I don't know how much importance I ought to attach to the consideration." His companion laughed with apparent good humor. "Oh, well," he answered, "I must wait until you're ready." He strolled away, and presently joined his sister. "How does Vane strike you?" he asked. "You seem to get on with him." "I've an idea that you won't find him easy to influence," and the girl looked at her brother pointedly. "I'm inclined to agree with you," said Horsfield. "In spite of that, he's a man worth cultivating." He passed on to speak to Nairn, and by Vane sat down beside Jessie in a corner of a big room. It was simply furnished, but spacious and lofty, and looked out across the veranda. It was pleasant to lounge there and feel that Miss Horsfield had good naturedly taken him under her wing, which seemed to describe her attitude. "As Mrs. Nairn tells me you are going to England, I suppose we shall not see you in Vancouver for some months," she said presently. "This city really isn't a bad place to live in." Vane felt gratified. She implied that he would be an acquisition and included him among the number of her acquaintances. "I fancy I shall find it a particularly pleasant one," he responded. "Indeed, I'm inclined to be sorry I've made arrangements to leave it very shortly." "That is pure good nature," his companion laughed. She changed the subject, and Vane found her conversation entertaining. She said nothing of any consequence, but she knew how to make a glance or a changed inflection expressive. He was sorry when she left him, but she smiled at him before she moved away. "If you and Mr. Carroll care to call, I am generally at home in the afternoon," she said. She crossed the room, and Vane, who joined Nairn, remained near him until he took his departure. It was late the next afternoon, and an Empress liner from China and Japan had arrived an hour or two earlier when he and Carroll reached the C.P.R. station. The Atlantic train was waiting, and an unusual number of passengers were hurrying about the cars. They were, for the most part, prosperous people, businessmen and tourists from England, going home that way, and when Vane found Mrs. Marvin and Kitty, he was once more conscious of a stirring of compassion. Kitty smiled at him diffidently. "You have been so kind," she began, and, pausing, added with a tremor in her voice, "but the tickets—" "Pshaw!" said Vane. "If it will ease your mind, you can send me what they cost after the first full house you draw." "How shall we address you?" "Clermont Mineral Exploitation. I don't want to think I'm going to lose sight of you." Kitty turned away from him a moment, and then looked back. "I'm afraid you must make up your mind to that," she said. Vane could not remember his answer, though he afterwards tried. But just then an official strode along beside the cars calling to the passengers, and when a bell began tolling, Vane hurried the girl and her companions on to a platform. Mrs. Marvin entered the car, Elsie held up her face to kiss him before she disappeared, and he and Kitty were left alone. She held out her hand, and a liquid gleam crept into her eyes. "We can't thank you properly," she said. "Good bye." "No," Vane protested. "You mustn't say that." "Yes," said Kitty firmly. "It's good bye. You'll be carried on in a moment." Vane gazed down at her, and afterwards wondered at what he did. But she looked so forlorn and desolate, and the pretty face was so close to him. Stooping swiftly, he kissed her, and had a thrilling fancy that she did not recoil. Then the cars lurched forward, and he swung himself down. End of chapter 4. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 5 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 5. The Old Country. A month had passed since Vane said goodbye to Kitty, when he and Carroll alighted one evening at a little station in the north of England. The train went on, and Vane stood still, looking about him with a poignant recollection of how he had last waited on that platform, sick at heart, but gathering his youthful courage for the effort that he must make. It all came back to him, the dejection, the sense of loneliness, for he was then going out to the western dominion in which he had not a friend. Now he was returning prosperous and successful. But once again the feeling of loneliness was with him. Most of those whom he had left behind had made a longer journey than his. Then he noticed an elderly man in livery approaching, and he held out his hand with a smile of pleasure. "You haven't changed a bit, Jim," he said. "A bit stiffer in the joints, and maybe a bit sourer," was the answer. Then the man's wrinkled face relaxed. "I'm main glad to see thee, Mr. Wallace. Master would have come, only he had to go on to Manchester suddenly." Vane helped him to place their baggage in the trap, and then, gathering up the reins, bade him sit behind. After half an hour's ride through a country rolled in ridge and valley, Vane pulled up where a stile path led across a strip of meadow. "You can drive round. We'll be there before you," he said to the groom as he got down. Carroll and he crossed the meadow, and passing round a clump of larches, came suddenly into sight of an old grey house, with a fir wood rolling down the hillside close behind it. The building was long and low, weather-worn and stained with lichens where the creepers and climbing roses left the stone exposed. The bottom row of mullioned windows opened upon a terrace, and in front of the latter ran a low wall with a mossy coping, on which was placed urns bright with geraniums. It was pierced by an opening approached by shallow stairs, on which a peacock stood, and between them and the two men stretched a sweep of lawn. A couple of minutes later a lady met them in the hall, and held out her hand to Vane effusively. She was middle-aged, and had once been handsome, Carroll thought, but there were wrinkles about her eyes, which had a hint of hardness in them. "Welcome home, Wallace," she said. "It should not be difficult to look upon the Dene as that. You were here so often once upon a time." "Thank you," said Vane. "I felt tempted to ask Jim to drive me round by the low wood. I wanted to see the place again." "I'm glad you didn't," and the lady smiled sympathetically. "The house is shut up and going to pieces. It would have been depressing to-night." Vane presented Carroll. Mrs. Chisholm's manner was gracious, but for no particular reason Carroll wondered if she would have extended the same welcome to either, had his comrade not come back the discoverer of a mine. "Tom was sorry he couldn't wait to meet you, but he had to leave for Manchester on some urgent business," she informed Vane, and looked round as a girl with disordered hair came up to them. "This is Mabel," she said. "I hardly think you will remember her." "I've carried her across the meadow," smilingly remarked Vane. The girl greeted the strangers demurely, and favored Vane with a critical gaze. "So you're Wallace Vane, who found the Clermont mine. Though I don't remember you, I've heard a good deal about you lately. Very pleased to make your acquaintance." Vane's eyes twinkled as he shook hands with her. Her manner was quaintly formal, but he fancied there was a spice of mischief hidden behind it, and in the meanwhile Carroll, watching his hostess, surmised that her daughter's remarks had not altogether pleased her. She, however, chatted with them, until the man who had driven them appeared with their baggage, when they were shown their respective rooms. Vane was the first to go down, and reaching the hall found nobody there, though a clatter of dishes and clink of silver suggested that a meal was being laid out in an adjoining room. Sitting down near the hearth, he looked about him. His eyes rested on many objects that he recognized, but as his glance traveled to and fro, it occurred to him that much of what he saw conveyed a hint that economy was needful. By and by he heard a patter of feet, and looking up saw a girl descending the stairs in the fading stream of light. She was clad in trailing white, which gleamed against the dark oak and ruffled softly as it flowed about a tall, finely outlined and finely poised figure. She had hair of dark brown, with paler lights in its curling tendrils, gathered back from a neck that showed a faintly warmer whiteness than the snowy fabric beneath it. It was, however, her face which seized Vane's attention. The level brows, the quiet, deep brown eyes, the straight, cleanly cut nose, and the subtle suggestion of steadfastness and pride which they all conveyed. He rose with a cry that had pleasure and eagerness in it. "Evelyn!" She came down, moving lightly, but, as he noticed, with a rhythmic grace, and laid a firm, cool hand in his. "I'm glad to see you back, Wallace," she said. "But you have changed." "I'm not sure that's kind. In some ways you haven't changed at all. I would have known you anywhere." 9 years is a long time to remember anyone. Vane had seen few women during that period. But he was not a fool, and he recognized that this was no occasion for an attempt at gallantry. There was nothing coquettish in Evelyn's words, nor were they ironical. She had answered in the tranquil, matter-of-fact manner which, as he remembered, usually characterized her. "It's a little while since you landed, isn't it?" she added. "A week," said Vane. "I'd some business in London, and then I went on to look up Lucy. She had just gone up to town, and I missed her. I shall go up again to see her as soon as she answers my note." "It won't be necessary. She's coming here for a fortnight very soon." "That's kind," said Vane. "Whom have I to thank for suggesting it?" "Does it matter? It was a natural thing to ask your only sister, who is a friend of mine. We have plenty of room, and the place is quiet." "It used not to be. If I remember, your mother generally had it full part of the year." "Things have changed," said Evelyn quietly. Vane was baffled by something in her manner. Evelyn had never been effusive; that was not her way. But now, while she was cordial, she did not seem disposed to resume their acquaintance where it had been broken off. After all, he could hardly have expected this. "Mabel is like you, as you used to be," he said. "It struck me as soon as I saw her. But when she began to talk there was a difference." "Yes," she said. "I think you're right in both respects. Mopsy has the courage of her convictions. She's an open rebel." There was no bitterness in her tone. Evelyn's manner was never pointed, but Vane fancied that she had said a meaning thing, one that might explain what he found puzzling in her attitude when he held the key to it. Then she went on: "Mopsy was dubious about you before you arrived, but I'm pleased to say she now seems reassured." Then Carroll came down, and a few moments later Mrs. Chisholm appeared and they went in to dinner in a low ceilinged room. Nobody said anything of importance, but by and by Mabel turned to Vane. "I suppose you have brought your pistols with you," she said. "I never owned one," Vane informed her. The girl looked at him with an excellent assumption of incredulity. "Then you have never shot anybody in British Columbia?" Carroll laughed, as if this greatly pleased him, but Vane's face was rather grave as he answered her. "No," he said. "I'm thankful I haven't." "Then the West must be getting what the Archdeacon—he's Flora's husband, you know—calls decadent," the girl retorted. "She's incorrigible," Mrs. Chisholm interposed with a smile. Carroll, who was sitting next to Mabel, leaned towards her confidentially. "In case you feel badly disappointed, I'll let you into a secret," he said. "When we feel real savage, we take the axe instead." Evelyn fancied that Vane winced at this, but Mabel looked openly regretful. "Can either of you pick up a handkerchief going at full gallop on horseback?" she inquired. "I'm sorry, I can't, and I've never seen Wallace do so," Carroll answered, laughing, and Mrs. Chisholm shook her head at her daughter. "Miss Clifford complained of your inattention to the study of English last quarter," she said severely. Mabel made no answer, though Vane thought it would have relieved her to grimace, and by the meal came to an end. Some time afterwards, Mrs. Chisholm rose from her seat in the drawing-room. "We keep early hours at the Dene, but you will retire when you like," she said. "As Tom is away, I had better tell you that you will find siphons and whiskey in the smoking-room. I have had the lamp lighted." "Thank you," Vane replied with a smile. "I'm afraid you have taken more trouble on our account than you need have done. Except on special occasions, we have generally confined ourselves to strong green tea." Mabel looked at him in amazement. "Oh," she said, "the West is certainly decadent. You should be here when the otter hounds are out. Why, it was only—" She broke off abruptly beneath her mother's withering glance, and when they were left alone, Vane and Carroll strolled out upon the terrace, pipe in hand. "I suppose you could put in a few weeks here," Vane remarked. "I could," Carroll replied. "There's an atmosphere about these old houses that appeals to me, perhaps because we have nothing like it in Canada. Besides, I think your friends mean to make things pleasant." "I'm glad you like them." Carroll understood that his comrade would not resent a candid expression of opinion. "I do. The girls in particular. They interest me. The younger one's of a type that's common in our country, though it's generally given room for free development into something useful there. Mabel's chaffing at the curb. It remains to be seen if she'll kick, and hurt herself in doing so, presently." Vane, who remembered that Evelyn had said something to the same effect, had already discovered that Carroll possessed a keen insight in certain matters. "And her sister?" he suggested. "You won't mind my saying that I'm inclined to be sorry for her? She has learned repression, been driven into line. That girl has character, but it's being cramped and stunted. You live in walled-in compartments in this country." Vane strolled along the terrace thoughtfully. He was not offended, and he understood his companion's attitude. Like other men of education and good upbringing, driven by unrest or disaster to the untrammeled life of the bush, Carroll had gained sympathy as well as knowledge. Facing facts candidly, he seldom indulged in decided protest against any of them. On the other hand, Vane was on occasion liable to outbreaks of indignation. "Well," said the latter at length. "I guess it's time to go to bed." End of chapter 5. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 6 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 6. Upon the Heights. Vane rose early next morning, as he had been accustomed to do, and taking a towel with him made his way across dewy meadows and between tall hedgerows to the tarn. Stripping where the rabbit-cropped sward met the mossy boulders, he swam out joyously, breasting the little ripples which splashed and sparkled beneath the breeze that had got up with the sun. Coming back where the water lay in shadow beneath a larch-wood, which as yet had not wholly lost its vivid green, he disturbed the paddling moorhens, and put up a mallard from a clump of swaying reeds. Then he dressed and turned homewards. Scrambling over a limestone wall tufted thick with parsley fern, he noticed Mabel stooping down over an object which lay among the heather where a rough cartload approached a wooden bridge. On joining her, he saw that it was a finely built canoe, with a hole in one bilge she was examining. She looked up at him ruefully as she said, "Very sad, isn't it? That stupid Little did it with his clumsy cart." "I think it could be mended," Vane replied. "Old Beavan, he's the wheelwright, said it couldn't, and Dad said I could hardly expect him to send the canoe back to Kingston. He bought it for me at an exhibition." Then a thought seemed to strike her. "Perhaps you had something to do with canoes in Canada?" "I used to pull one loaded with provisions up a river, and carry the lot round several falls. You're fond of paddling?" "I love it. I used to row the fishing punt, but it's too old to be safe, and now the canoe's smashed I can't go out." "Well," said Vane, "we'll walk across and see what we can find in Beavan's shop." They crossed the heath to a tiny hamlet nestling in a hollow of a limestone crag. There Vane made friends with the wheelwright, who regarded him dubiously at first, and obtained a piece of larch board from him. The grizzled north countryman watched him closely as he set a plane, which is a delicate operation, and then raised no objection when Vane made use of his workbench. After that, Vane, who had sawn up the board, borrowed a few tools and copper nails, and he and Mabel went back to the canoe. On the way she glanced at him curiously. "I wasn't sure old Beavan would let you have the things," she remarked. "It isn't often he'll lend even a hammer, but he seemed to take to you. I think it was the way you handled his plane." "It's strange what little things win some people's good opinion, isn't it?" "Oh, don't!" she exclaimed. "That's how the Archdeacon talks. I thought you were different." The man acquiesced in the rebuke, and after an hour's labour at the canoe, scraped the red lead he had used off his hands, and sat down beside the craft. By and by he became conscious that his companion was regarding him with what seemed to be approval. "I really think you'll do, and we'll get on," she informed him. "If you had been the wrong kind you would have worried about your red hands. Still, you could have rubbed them on the heather instead of on your socks." "I might have thought of that," Vane agreed. "But you see, I've been accustomed to wearing old clothes. Anyway, you'll be able to launch the canoe as soon as the joint's dry." "There's one thing I should have told you," the girl replied. "Dad would have sent the canoe away to be mended if it hadn't been so far. He's very good when things don't ruffle him, but he hasn't been fortunate lately. The lead mine takes a good deal of money." Vane admired her loyalty, and refrained from taking advantage of her candour, though there were one or two questions he would have liked to ask. When he was last in England, Chisholm had been generally regarded as a man of means, though it was rumoured that he was addicted to hazardous speculations. Mabel, who did not seem to mind his silence, went on: "I heard Stevens—he's the gamekeeper—tell Beavan that Dad should have been a rabbit, because he's so fond of burrowing. No doubt that meant he couldn't keep out of mines." Vane made no comment, and to change the subject, reminded her: "Don't you think it's getting on for breakfast time?" "It won't be for a good while yet. We don't get up early, and though Evelyn used to, it's different now. We went out on the tarn every morning, even in the rain, but I suppose that's not good for one's complexion, though bothering about such things doesn't seem to be worth while. Aunt Julia couldn't do anything for Evelyn, though she had her in London for some time. Flora is our shining light." "What did she do?" Vane inquired. "She married the Archdeacon, and he isn't so very dried up. I've seen him smile when I talk to him." "I'm not astonished at that, Mabel." His companion looked up at him demurely. "My name's not Mabel, to you. I'm Mopsy to the family, but my special friends called me Mops." "You're one of the few people one can be natural with, and I'm getting sick—you won't be shocked at that—of having to be the opposite." Half an hour later, Vane, who had seldom had to wait so long for it, sat down to breakfast. All he saw spoke of ease and taste and leisure. Evelyn, who sat opposite him, looked wonderfully fresh in her white dress. Mopsy was as amusing as she dared to be, but he felt drawn back to the restless world again as he glanced at his hostess and saw the wrinkles round her eyes, and a hint of cleverly hidden strain in her expression. He fancied a good deal could be inferred from the fragments of information her youngest daughter had let drop. It was the latter who suggested that they should picnic upon the summit of a lofty hill, from which there was a striking view; and as this met with the approval of Mrs. Chisholm, who excused herself from accompanying them, they set out an hour later. The day was bright, with glaring sunshine, and a moderate breeze drove up wisps of ragged cloud that dappled the hills with flitting shadow. Vane carried the provisions in a fishing creel, and on leaving the head of the valley they climbed leisurely up easy slopes, slipping on the crisp hill grass now and then. By and by they plunged into tangled heather on a boulder ridge, which was rent by black gullies, down which at times wild torrents poured. This did not trouble either of the men, but Vane was surprised at the ease with which Evelyn threaded her way across the heath. She wore a short skirt, and he noticed the supple grace of her movements, and the delicate colour the wind had brought into her face. She had changed since they left the valley. She seemed to have flung off something, and her laugh had a gayer ring. But while she chatted with him he was still conscious of a subtle reserve in her manner. Climbing still, they reached the haunts of the cloudberries and brushed through several broad patches of the snowy blossoms that opened their gleaming cups among the moss and heather. Then, turning the flank of a steep ascent, they reached the foot of a shingly scree, and sat down to lunch in the warm sunshine, where the wind was cut off by the peak above. Beneath them a great rift opened up among the rocks, and far beyond the blue lake in the depths of it they caught the silver gleam of the distant sea. The creel was promptly emptied, and when Mabel afterwards took Carroll away to see if he could get up a chimney in some neighbouring crags, Vane lay resting on one elbow not far from Evelyn. She was looking down the long hollow, with the sunshine upon her face. "You didn't seem to mind the climb," he said. "I enjoyed it. I am fond of the mountains, and I have to thank you for a day among them." On the surface the words offered an opening for a complimentary rejoinder, but Vane was too shrewd to seize it. He had made one venture, and he surmised that a second one would not please her. "They're almost at your door," he said. "One would imagine you could indulge in a scramble among them whenever it pleased you." "There are a good many things that look so close and still are out of reach," Evelyn answered with a smile that somehow troubled him. Then her manner changed. "You are content with this?" Vane gazed about him. At purple crags in shadow, glistening threads of water that fell among the rocks, and long slopes that lay steeped in softest color under the summer sky. "Content is scarcely the right word for it," he assured her. "If it wasn't so still and serene up here, I'd be riotously happy. There are reasons for this quite apart from the scenery. For one, it's pleasant to feel that I need do nothing but what I like for the next few months. The sensation must be unusual. I wonder if even in your case it will last so long." Vane laughed and stretched out one of his hands. It was lean and brown, and she could see the marks of old scars on the knuckles. "In my case," he answered, "it has only come once in a lifetime. And if it isn't too presumptuous, I think I've earned it." He indicated his battered fingers. "That's the result of holding a wet and slippery drill, but those aren't the only marks I carry about with me, though I've been more fortunate than many fine comrades." "I suppose one must get hurt now and then," said Evelyn, who had noticed something that pleased her in his voice as he concluded. "After all, a bruise that's only skin deep doesn't trouble one long, and no doubt some scars are honorable. It's slow corrosion that's the deadliest." She broke off with a laugh, and added, "Moralizing's out of place on a day like this, and they're not frequent in the North. In a way, that's their greatest charm." Vane nodded. "Yes," he said, "on the face of it the North is fickle, though to those who know it that's a misleading term. To some of us it's always the same, and its dark grimness makes you feel the radiance of its smile. For all that, I think we're going to see a sudden change in the weather." Half of the wide circle their view would have commanded was cut off by a scree, but long wisps of leaden cloud began to stream across the crags above, intensifying, until it seemed unnatural, the glow of light and color on the rest. "I wonder if Mopsy is leading Mr. Carroll to any mischief. They've been gone some time," said Evelyn. "She has a trick of getting herself, and other people, into difficulties. I suppose he is an old friend of yours, unless, perhaps, he's acting as your secretary." Vane's eyes twinkled. "If he came in any particular capacity, it's as bear leader. You see, there are a good many things I've forgotten in the bush, and as I left this country young, there are no doubt some I never learned." "And so you make Mr. Carroll your confidential adviser. How did he gain the necessary experience?" "That," replied Vane, "is more than I can tell you, but I'm inclined to believe he has been at one of the universities. Toronto, most likely. Anyhow, on the whole he acts as a judicious restraint." "But don't you really know anything about him?" "Only what some years of close companionship have taught me." Evelyn looked surprised, and he spread out his hands in a humorous manner. "A good many people have had to take me in that way, and they seemed willing to do so. The thing's not uncommon in the West. Why should I be more particular than they were?" Just then Mabel and Carroll appeared. The latter's garments were stained in places as if he had been scrambling over mossy rocks, and his pockets bulged. "We found some sundew, and 2 ferns I don't know, as well as all sorts of other things," she announced. "That's correct," said Carroll. "I've got them. I guess they're going to fill up most of the creel." Mabel superintended their transfer, and then addressed the others generally. "I think we ought to go up the pike now, when we have the chance. It isn't much of a climb from here. Besides, the quickest way back to the road is across the top and down the other side." Evelyn agreed, and they set out, following a sheep path which skirted the screes, until they left the bank of sharp stones behind, and faced a steep ascent. Parts of it necessitated a breathless scramble, and the sunlight faded from the hills as they climbed, while thicker wisps of cloud drove across the ragged summit. They reached the ladder at length and stopped, bracing themselves against a rush of chilly breeze, while they looked down upon a wilderness of leaden-colored rock. Long trails of mist were creeping in and out among the crags, and here and there masses of it gathered round the higher slopes. "I think the pike's grandest in this weather," Mabel declared. "Look below, Mr. Carroll, and you'll see the mountain is like a starfish. It has prongs running out from it." Carroll did as she directed him, and noticed 3 diverging ridges springing off from the shoulder of the peak. Their crests, which were narrow, led down towards the valley, but their sides fell in rent and fissured crags to great black hollows. "You can get down 2 of them," Mabel went on. "The first is the nearest to the road, but the third's the easiest. It takes you to the Hause. That's the gap between it and the next hill." A few big drops began to fall, and Evelyn cut her sister's explanations short. "We had better make a start at once," she said. They set out, Mabel and Carroll leading and drawing farther away from the 2 behind, and the rain began in earnest as they descended. Rock slope and scattered stones were slippery, and Vane found it difficult to keep his footing on some of their lichened surfaces. He, however, was relieved to see that his companion seldom hesitated, and they made their way downwards cautiously, until, near the spot where the 3 ridges diverged, they walked into a belt of drifting mist. The peak above them was suddenly blotted out, and Evelyn bade Vane hail Carroll and Mabel, who had disappeared. He sent a shout ringing through the vapour, and caught a faint and unintelligible reply, after which a flock of sheep fled past, and dislodged a rush of sliding stones. Vane heard the latter rattle far down the hillside, and when he called again a blast of chilly wind whirled his voice away. There was a faint echo above him, and then silence again. "It looks as if they were out of hearing, and the slope ahead of us seems uncommonly steep by the way those stones went down," he remarked. "Do you think Mabel has taken Carroll down the Stanghill ridge?" "I can't tell," said Evelyn. "It's comforting to remember that she knows it better than I do. I think we ought to make for the Hause. There's only one place that's really steep. Keep up to the left a little. The scale crags must be close beneath us." They moved on cautiously, skirting what seemed to be a pit of profound depth in which dim vapours whirled, while the rain, which grew thicker, beat into their faces. End of chapter 6. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 7 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 7. Storm stayed. The weather was not the only thing that troubled Vane as he stumbled on through the mist. Any unathletic tourist from the cities could have gone up without much difficulty by the way they had ascended. But it was different coming down on the opposite side of the mountain. There their route laid across banks of sharp-pointed stones that rested lightly on the steep slope, interspersed with outcropping rocks which were growing dangerously slippery, and a wilderness of crags pierced by three great radiating chasms lay beneath. After half an hour's arduous scramble, he decided that they must be close upon the top of the last rift, and stood still for a minute looking about him. The mist was now so thick that he could scarcely see 30 yards ahead, but the way it drove past him indicated that it was blowing up a hollow. On one hand a rampart of hillside loomed dimly out of it. In front there was a dark patch that looked like the face of a dripping rock, and between the latter and the hill a boggy stretch of grass ran back into the vapor. Then he turned and glanced at Evelyn with some concern. Her skirt was heavy with moisture, and the rain dripped from the brim of her hat, but she smiled at him reassuringly. "It's not the first time I've got wet," she said. Vane felt relieved on one account. He had imagined that a woman hated to feel draggled and untidy, and he was willing to own that in his case fatigue usually tended towards shortness of temper. Though the scramble had scarcely taxed his powers, he fancied that Evelyn had already done as much as one could expect of her. "I must prospect about a bit," he said. "Scardale's somewhere below us, but if I remember, it's an awkward descent to the head of it, and I'm not sure of the right entrance to the Hause." "I've only once been down this way, and that was a long while ago," Evelyn replied. Vane left her and plodded away across the grass. When he had grown scarcely distinguishable in the haze, he turned and waved his hand. "I know where we are. The head of the beck's close by," he cried. Evelyn joined him at the edge of a trickle of water splashing in a peaty hollow, and they followed it down, seeing only odd strips of hillside amidst the vapor, until at length the ground grew softer and Vane, going first, sank among the long green moss almost to his knees. "That won't do. Stand still, please," he said. "I'll try a little to the right." He tried in one or two directions, but wherever he went he sank over his boots, and coming back he informed his companion that they had better go straight ahead. "I know there's no bog worth speaking of. The Hause is a regular tourist track," he added, and suddenly stripped off his jacket. "First of all, you'll put this on. I'm sorry I didn't think of it before." Evelyn demurred, and he rolled up the jacket. "You have to choose between doing what I ask and watching me pitch it into the beck," he declared. "I'm a rather determined person, and it would be a pity to throw the thing away, particularly as the rain hasn't gone through it yet." She yielded, and after he had held up the garment while she put it on, he spoke again. "There's another thing. I'm going to carry you for the next 100 yards, or possibly farther." "No," said Evelyn firmly. "On that point my determination is as strong as yours." Vane made a sign of acquiescence. "You can have your way for a minute. I expect it will be long enough." He was correct. Evelyn moved forward a pace or two, and then stopped with the skirt she had gathered up brushing the quivering emerald moss, and her boots, which were high ones, hidden in the latter. She had some difficulty in pulling them out. Then Vane coolly picked her up. "All you have to do is keep still for the next few minutes," he informed her in a most matter-of-fact voice. Evelyn did not move, though had he shown any sign of self-conscious hesitation, she would at once have shaken herself loose. He was conscious of a thrill and a certain stirring of his blood. But this, he decided, must be sternly ignored, and his task occupied most of his attention. It was not an easy one, and he stumbled once or twice, but he accomplished it, and set the girl down safely on firmer ground. "Now," he said, "there's only the drop to the dale, but we must endeavour to keep out of the beck." His voice and air were unembarrassed, though he was breathless, and Evelyn fancied that in this and the incident of the jacket he had revealed the forceful, natural manners of the West. It was the first glimpse she had had of them, though she had watched for one, and she was not displeased. The man had merely done what was most advisable, with practical sense. A little farther on, a shoot of falling water swept out of the mist above and came splashing down a crag, spread out in frothing threads. It flowed across their path, reunited in a deep gully which they sprang across, and then fell tumultuously into the beck, which was now 10 or 12 feet below on one side of them. They clung to the rock as they traced it downwards, stepping cautiously from ledge to ledge. At times a stone plunged into the mist beneath them, and Vane grasped the girl's arm or held out a steadying hand, but he was never fussy or needlessly concerned. When she wanted help, it was offered at the right moment. But that was all, and she thought that had she been alarmed, which was not the case, her companion's manner would have been more comforting than persistent solicitude. He was, she decided, one who could be relied upon in an emergency. Though caution was still necessary, the next stage of the journey was easier, and by they reached a winding dale. They followed it downwards, splashing through water part of the time, and at length came into sight of a cluster of little houses standing between a river and a big fir wood. "It must be getting on towards evening," said Evelyn. "Mopsy and Carroll probably went down the ridge, and as it runs out lower down the valley they'll be almost at home." "It's 6 o'clock," said Vane, glancing at his watch. "You can't walk home in the rain, and it's a long while since lunch. If Adam Bell and his wife are still at the Golden Fleece, we'll get something to eat there, and borrow you dry clothes. He'll drive us home afterwards." Evelyn made no objections. She was very wet and beginning to feel weary, and they were some distance from home. She restored him his jacket, and a few minutes later they entered an old hostelry, which, like many others among these hills, was a farm as well as an inn. The landlady, who recognized Vane with pleased surprise, took Evelyn away with her, and afterwards provided Vane with some of her husband's clothes. Then she lighted a fire, and when she had laid out a meal in the guest room, Evelyn came in, attired in a dress of lilac print. "It's Maggie Bell's," she explained demurely. "Her mother's things were rather large. Adam is away at a sheep auction, and they have only the trap he went in, but they expect him back in an hour or so." "Then we must wait," said Vane. "Worse misfortunes have befallen me." They made an excellent meal, and then Vane drew up a wicker chair to the fire for Evelyn, and sat down opposite to her. Outside the rain dripped from the mossy flagstone eaves, and the song of the river stole in monotonous cadence into the room. Evelyn was silent, and Vane said nothing for a while. He had been in the air all day, and though this was nothing new to him, he was content to sit lazily still and leave the opening of conversation to his companion. In the meanwhile it was pleasant to glance towards her now and then. The pale-tinted dress became her, and he felt that the room would have looked less cheerful had she been away. The effect she had on him was difficult to analyze, though he lazily tried. She appealed to him by the grace of her carriage, the poise of her head, her delicate coloring, and the changing lights in her eyes. But behind these points, something stronger and deeper was expressed through them. He fancied she possessed qualities he had not hitherto encountered, which would become more precious when they were fully understood. He thought of her as wholesome in mind, one who sought for the best, but she was also endowed with an ethereal something that could not be defined. Then a smile struck him. She was like the snow that towers high into the Empyrean in British Columbia, in which he was wrong, for there was warm human passion in the girl, though it was sleeping yet. By and by, he told himself, he was getting absurdly sentimental, and he instinctively fumbled for his pipe and stopped. Evelyn noticed this and smiled. "You needn't hesitate," she said. "The Dean is redolent of cigars, and Gerald smokes everywhere when he is at home." "Is he likely to turn up?" Vane asked. "It's ever so long since I've seen him." "I'm afraid not. In fact, Gerald's rather under a cloud just now. I may as well tell you this, because you are sure to hear of it sooner or later. He has been extravagant, and, as he assures us, extraordinarily unlucky." "Stocks and shares?" suggested Vane, who was acquainted with some of the family tendencies. Evelyn hesitated a moment. "That would have been more readily forgiven him. I believe he has speculated on the turf as well." Vane was surprised, since he understood that Gerald Chisholm was a barrister, and betting on the turf was not an amusement he would have associated with that profession. "Then," he said thoughtfully, "I must run up and see him later on." Evelyn felt sorry she had spoken. Gerald needed help, which his father was not in a position to offer. She was not censorious of other people's faults, but it was impossible to be blind to some aspects of her brother's character, and she would have preferred that Vane should not meet Gerald while the latter was embarrassed by financial difficulties. She changed the subject. "Several of the things you told me about your life in Canada interested me," she said. "It must have been bracing to feel that you depended upon your own efforts and stood on your own feet, free from all the hampering customs that are common here." "The position has its disadvantages. You have no family influence behind you, nothing to fall back upon. If you can't make good your footing, you must go down. It's curious that just before I came over here, a lady I met in Vancouver expressed an opinion very like yours. She said it must be pleasant to feel that one was, to some extent at least, master of one's fate. Then she merely explained my meaning more clearly than I have done. One could have imagined that she has everything she could reasonably wish for. If I'm not transgressing, so have you. It's strange that you should harbor the same idea." "I don't think it's uncommon among young women nowadays. There's a grandeur in the thought that one's fate lies in the hands of the high, unseen powers. But to allow one's life to be moulded by one's neighbours' prejudices and preconceptions is a different matter. Besides, if unrest and human striving were sent, was it only that they should be repressed?" Vane sat silent a moment or two. He had noticed the brief pause and fancied that she had changed one of the words that followed it. He did not think it was her neighbours' opinions the most chafed against. "It's not a point I've been concerned about," he replied at length. "In a general way, I did what I wanted." "Which is a privilege that is denied to us." Evelyn spoke without bitterness, and added a moment later, "What do women who are left to their own resources do in Western Canada?" "Some of them marry. I suppose that's the most natural thing," said Vane, with an air of reflection that amused her. "Anyway, they have plenty of opportunities. There's a preponderating number of unattached young men in the newly opened parts of the Dominion." "Things are different here, or perhaps we want more than they do across the Atlantic," said Evelyn. "What becomes of the others?" "They wait in the hotels, learn stenography and typewriting, and go into offices and stores." "And earn just enough to live upon meagerly? If their wages are high, they must pay out more. That follows, doesn't it?" "To some extent." "Is there nothing better open to them?" "No," said Vane thoughtfully. "Not unless they're trained for it and become specialized. That implies peculiar abilities and a systematic education with one end in view. You can't enter the arena to fight for the higher prizes unless you're properly armed. The easiest way for a woman to acquire power and influence is by a judicious marriage. No doubt it's the same here." "It is," replied Evelyn, smiling. "A man is more fortunately situated." "I suppose he is. If he's poor, he's rather walled in, too. But he breaks through now and then. In the newer countries he gets an opportunity." Vane abstractly examined his pipe, which he had not lighted yet. It was clear that the girl was dissatisfied with her surroundings, and had for some reason temporarily relaxed the restraint she generally laid upon herself. But he felt that if she were wise, she would force herself to be content. She was of too fine a fibre to plunge into the struggle that many women had to wage, and though he did not doubt her courage, she had not been trained for it. He had noticed that among men it was the cruder and less developed organizations that proved hardiest in adverse situations. One needed a strain of primitive vigor. There was, it seemed, only one means of release for her, and that was a happy marriage. But a marriage could not be happy unless the suitor was all that she desired, and Evelyn would be fastidious, though her family would, no doubt, only look for wealth and station. He imagined that this was where the trouble lay. He would wait and keep his eyes open. Shortly after he arrived at this decision, there was a rattle of wheels outside, and the landlord, who came in, greeted him with rude cordiality. In another minute or two, Vane handed Evelyn into the gig, and Bill drove them home through the rain. End of chapter 7. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 8 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 8. Lucy Vane. Bright sunshine streamed down out of a cloudless sky when Vane stood talking with his sister upon the terrace in front of the Dene one afternoon, shortly after his ascent of the Pike in Evelyn's company. He leaned against the low wall, frowning, for Lucy had hitherto avoided a discussion of the subject which occupied their attention, and now, as he would have said, he could not make her listen to reason. She stood in front of him, with the point of her parasol pressed firmly into the gravel, and her lips set, though there was a smile which suggested forbearance in her eyes. Lucy was tall and spare of figure, a year younger than her brother, and of somewhat determined character. She earned her living in a northern manufacturing town by lecturing on domestic economy for the public authorities. Vane understood that she also took part in suffrage propaganda. She had a thin, forceful face, which was seldom characterized by repose. "After all," Vane broke out, "what I've been urging is a very natural thing. I don't like to think of your being forced to work as you are doing, and I've tried to show that it wouldn't cost me any self-denial to make you an allowance. There's no reason why you should be at the beck and call of those committees any longer." Lucy's smile grew plainer. "I don't think that describes my position very accurately." "It's possible," Vane agreed with a trace of dryness. "No doubt you insist on the chairman or lady president giving way to you, but that doesn't affect the question. You have to work anyway." "But I like it, and it keeps me in some degree of comfort." The man turned half impatiently and glanced about him. The front of the old grey house was flooded with light, and the lawn below the terrace glowed luminously green. The shadows of the hollies and cypresses were thin and unsubstantial, but where a beech overarched the grass, Evelyn and Mrs. Chisholm, attired in light draperies, reclined in basket chairs. Carroll, who wore thin grey tweed, stood close by, talking to Mabel, and Chisholm sat a little apart upon a bench with a newspaper in his hand. He looked half asleep, and a languorous stillness pervaded the whole scene. "Wouldn't you like this kind of thing as well?" he asked. "Of course I mean what it implies, the power to take life easily and get as much enjoyment as possible out of it. It wouldn't be difficult, if you would only take what I'd be glad to give you." He indicated the languid figures in the background. "You could, for instance, spend your time among folks like these, and, after all, it's what you were meant to do." "Well," said Lucy, "I believe I'm more at home with the other kind of folks, those in poverty, squalor, and ignorance. I've an idea they've a stronger claim on me, but that's not a point I can urge. The fact is, I've chosen my career, and there are practical reasons why I shouldn't abandon it. I had a good deal of trouble in getting a footing, and if I fell out now, it would be harder still to take my place in the ranks again." "But you wouldn't require to do so." "I can't be sure. I don't want to hurt you, but, after all, your success was sudden, and one understands that it isn't wise to depend upon an income derived from mining properties." "None of you ever did believe in me." "I suppose there's some truth in that. You really did give us some trouble. Somehow you were different. You wouldn't fit in, though I believe the same thing applied to me, for that matter." "And now you don't expect my prosperity to last?" The girl hesitated, but she was candid by nature. "Perhaps I had better answer. You have it in you to work determinedly and, when it's necessary, to do things that men with less courage would shrink from. But I doubt if yours is the temperament that leads to success. You haven't the huckster's instincts. You're not cold-blooded enough. You wouldn't cajole your friends or truckle to your enemies." "If I adopted the latter course, it would be very much against the grain," Vane confessed. Lucy laughed. "Well," she said, "I mean to go on earning my living. But you can take me up to London for a few days and buy me some hats and things. Then I don't mind you giving something to the Emancipation Society." "I don't know if I believe in emancipation or not, but you can have 10 guineas." "Thank you," said Lucy, glancing round towards Carroll, who was approaching them with Mabel. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Stick to that man. He's cooler and less headstrong than you are. He'll prove a useful friend." Carroll came up just then. "What are you two talking about?" he asked. "You look animated." "Wallace has just promised me 10 guineas to assist the movement for the emancipation of women," Lucy answered pointedly. "I may mention that our society's efforts are sadly restricted by the lack of funds." "He's now and then a little inconsequential in his generosity," Carroll rejoined. "I didn't know he was interested in that kind of thing, but as I don't like to be outdone by my partner, I'll subscribe the same." "Thanks," said Lucy, who made an entry in a pocketbook in a businesslike manner. They strolled along the terrace together, and as they went down the steps to the lawn, Carroll inquired with a smile, "Have you tackled Chisholm yet?" "I would have done so had it appeared likely to have been of any use, but I never waste powder and shot," Lucy replied. "A man of his restricted views would sooner subscribe handsomely to put us down." Carroll turned to his comrade. "Are you regretting the 10 guineas? You don't look pleased." "No," said Vane. "The fact is, I wanted to do something which wasn't allowed. I've met with the same disillusionment here as I did in British Columbia." Lucy looked up at her brother. "Did you attempt to give somebody money there?" "I did," said Vane shortly. "It's not worth discussing, and anyway she wouldn't listen to me." They strolled on, Vane frowning, while Carroll, who had seen signs of suppressed interest in Lucy's face, smiled unobserved. Neither he nor the others had noticed Mabel, who was following them. They joined the rest, and some time afterwards Mrs. Chisholm addressed Carroll, who was lying back in a deep chair, with his eyes, which were half closed, turned in Lucy's direction. "Are you asleep, or thinking hard?" she asked. "Not more than half asleep," Carroll protested. "I was trying to remember 'A Dream of Fair Women.' It struck me as a suitable occupation for a drowsy summer afternoon in a place like this, but I must confess that it was Miss Vane who put it into my head. She reminded me of one or two of the heroines not long ago, when she was championing the cause of the suffragist." "You mustn't imagine that Englishwomen in general sympathize with her, or that such ideas are popular at the Dene," Mrs. Chisholm rejoined. Carroll smiled reassuringly. "I wouldn't have imagined the latter for a moment. But, as I said, on an afternoon of this kind one can be excused for indulging in romantic fancies. And don't you see what brought those old-time heroines into my mind? I mean, the elusive resemblance to their latter-day prototype?" Mrs. Chisholm looked puzzled. "No," she declared. "One of them was Greek, another early English, and the finest of all was the Hebrew maid. As they couldn't even have been like one another, how could they have collectively borne a resemblance to anyone else?" "That's logical on the surface. To digress, why do you most admire Jephthah's daughter, the gentle Gileadite?" His hostess affected surprise. "Isn't it evident, when one remembers her patient sacrifice, her fine sense of family honor?" Carroll felt that this was much the kind of sentiment one could have expected from her, and he did her justice in believing that it was genuine and that she was capable of acting up to her convictions. His glance rested on Vane for a moment, and the latter was startled as he guessed his comrade's thought. Evelyn sat near him, reclining languidly in a wicker chair. She had been silent, and now her face was in repose, The signs of reserve and repression were plainer than ever. There was, however, pride in it, and he felt that she was endowed with a keener and finer sense of family honor than her mother. Her brother's career was threatened by the results of his own imprudence, and though her father could hardly be compared with the Gileadite warrior, there was, Vane imagined, a disturbing similarity between the two cases. It was unpleasant to contemplate the possibility of this girl's being called upon to bear the cost of her relations' misfortunes or follies. Carroll, however, looked across at Lucy with a smile. "You don't agree with Mrs. Chisholm?" he suggested. "No," said Lucy firmly. "Leaving the instance in question out, there are too many people who transgress and then expect somebody else, a woman as a rule, to serve as a sacrifice." "I don't agree either," Mabel broke in. "I'd sooner have been Cleopatra or Joan of Arc, only she was burned, poor thing." "That was only what she might have expected. An unpleasant fate generally overtakes people who go about disturbing things," Mrs. Chisholm said severely. The speech was characteristic, and the others smiled. It would have astonished them had Mrs. Chisholm sympathized with the rebel idealist whose beckoning visions led to the clash of arms. Then Vane turned to his comrade. "Aren't you getting off the track?" he asked. "I don't see the drift of your previous remarks." "Well," said Carroll, with an air of reflection, "there must be, I think, a certain distinctive stamp upon those who belong to the leader type. I mean the folks who are capable of doing striking and heroic things. Apart from this, I've been studying you English, and it has struck me that there's occasionally something imperious, or rather imperial, in the face of your women in the most northern counties. I can't define the thing, but it's there, in the line of nose, the mouth, and I think most marked in the brows. It's not Saxon, or Norse, or Danish. I'd sooner call it Roman." Vane was slightly astonished. He had seen that look in Evelyn's face, and now, for the first time, he recognized it in his sister's. "I wonder if you have hit it," he said with a laugh. "You can reach the wall from here in a day's ride." "The wall?" "The Roman wall. Hadrian's wall. I believe one authority states they had a garrison of 100,000 men to keep it." Chisholm joined the group. He was a tall, rather florid-faced man, with a formal manner, dressed immaculately in creaseless clothes. "The point Carroll raises is interesting," he remarked. "Well, I don't know how long it takes for a strain to die out. There must have been a large civil population living near the wall, and we know that the characteristics of the Teutonic peoples, who followed the Romans, still remain." Nobody else had any comment to make, and when by and by the group broke up, Evelyn was left alone for a few minutes with Mabel. "Gerald should have been sent to Canada instead of Oxford," she said. "Then he might have got as rich as Wallace Vane and Mr. Carroll." "What makes you think they're rich?" Evelyn asked, with reproof in her tone. "Oh," said Mabel, "we all knew they were rich before they came, and they were giving Lucy guineas for the suffragists an hour ago. They must have a good deal of money to waste it like that. Besides, I think Wallace wanted her to take some more, and he seemed quite vexed when he said he'd tried to give money to somebody else in Canada who wouldn't have it. As he said, she, it must have been a woman, but I don't think he meant to mention that. It slipped out." "You had no right to listen," Evelyn retorted severely. But the information sank into her mind, and she afterwards remembered it. End of chapter 8. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 9 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 9. Chisholm Proves Amenable. Vane spent a month at the Deane with quiet satisfaction, and when at last he left for London and Paris, he gladly promised to come back for another few weeks before he sailed for Canada. He stayed some time in Paris, because Carroll insisted on it, but it was with eagerness he went north again. For one reason, and he laid some stress upon this, he longed for the moorland air and the rugged fells, though he also admitted that Evelyn's society enhanced their charm for him. At last, shortly before setting out on the journey, he took himself to task and endeavored to determine what his feelings towards her were, but he signally failed to elucidate the point. It was only clear that he was more contented in her presence, and that, apart from her physical comeliness, she had a stimulating effect upon his mental faculties, although so far as he could remember she seldom said anything remarkable. Then he wondered how she regarded him, and to this question he could find no answer. For the most part there was a reserve he found more piquant than deterrent about her, and he was conscious that while willing to talk with him freely, she was still holding him off at arm's length. On the whole, he could not be absolutely sure that he desired to get much nearer. Though he failed to admit this clearly, his attitude was largely one of respectful admiration with a vein of compassion in it. Evelyn was unhappy, and out of harmony with her relatives, which he could understand more readily because their ideas often jarred on him. He had been back at the Deane a fortnight, when one morning he walked out of the hamlet where the wheelwright's shop was with a telegram in his hand. Sitting down on the wall of a bridge close by, he turned to Carroll, who had accompanied him. "I think you have Nairn's code in your wallet," he said. "We'll decipher the thing." Carroll laid the message upon a smooth stone and set to work with a pencil. "Situation highly satisfactory," he read aloud, and commented, "It must be, if Nairn paid for another word. Highly's not in the code." Then he went on with the deciphering. "Result of reduction exceeds anticipations. Stock 30 premium. Your presence not immediately required." "That's distinctly encouraging," said Vane. "Now they're getting farther in, the ore must be carrying more silver." "It's fortunate. I ran through the bank account last night, and you have spent a lot of money. It confirms my opinion that you have expensive friends." Vane frowned at this, but Carroll continued undeterred. "You want pulling up after the way you have been indulging in a reckless extravagance, which I feel compelled to point out is new to you. The check drawn in favor of Gerald Chisholm rather astonished me. Have you said anything about it to his relatives?" "I haven't," Vane answered shortly. "Then, judging by the little I saw of him, I should consider it most unlikely that he has made any allusion to the matter. The next check was more surprising. I mean, the one you gave his father." "They were both loans." "Have you any expectation of getting the money back?" "What has that to do with you?" Carroll spread out his hands. "Only this. I think you need looking after. We can't stay here indefinitely. Hadn't you better get back to Vancouver before your English friends ruin you?" "I'll go in 3 or 4 weeks, not before." Carroll sat silent a minute or two, and then he looked his companion squarely in the face. "Is it your intention to marry Evelyn Chisholm?" "I don't know what has put that into your mind." "I should be astonished if it hadn't suggested itself to her family," Carroll retorted. "I'm far from sure it's an idea they'd entertain with any great favor. For one thing, I can't live here." "Try them and see. Show them Nairn's telegram when you mention the matter." Vane swung himself down from the wall. "It's very possible that I may do so," he informed his comrade. "But we'll get along." His heart beat more rapidly than usual as they turned back towards the house, but he was perfectly composed when, some little time later, he sat down beside Chisholm, who was lounging away the morning on the lawn. "I've been across to the village for a telegram I expected," he announced. "The news is encouraging." He read it to Chisholm, who had determined on the line he meant to follow. "You're a fortunate man," he said. "There's probably no reasonable wish that you can't gratify." "There are things one can't buy with dollars," Vane replied. "That is very true. They're often the most valuable. On the other hand, some of them may now and then be had for the asking. Besides, when one has a sanguine temperament, it's difficult to believe that anything one sets one's heart upon is quite unattainable." Vane wondered if he had been given a hint. Chisholm's manner was suggestive, and Carroll's remarks had had an effect on him. He sat silent, and Chisholm spoke again. "If I were in your place, I should feel I had all I could desire within my reach." Vane was becoming sure that his comrade had been right. Chisholm would not have harped upon the same idea unless he had intended to convey some particular meaning, but the man's methods roused Vane's dislike. He could face opposition, and he would sooner have been discouraged than judiciously prompted. "Then if I offered myself as a suitor for Evelyn, you would not think me presumptuous?" he said. Chisholm was somewhat surprised at his abruptness, but he smiled reassuringly. "No," he said, "I can't see why I should do so. You are in a position to maintain a wife in comfort, and I don't think anybody could take exception to your character." He paused a moment. "I suppose you have some idea of how Evelyn regards you?" "I haven't the faintest notion," Vane confessed. "That's the trouble." "Would you like me to mention the matter?" "No," said Vane decidedly. "In fact, I must ask you not to do anything of the kind. I only wish to make sure of your good will, and now I'm satisfied on that point. I'd sooner wait, and speak when it seems judicious." Chisholm nodded. "Yes," he said indulgently. "I dare say that would be wisest." Vane, who thanked him, waited. He fancied that the transaction, which seemed the best name for it, was not complete yet, but he meant to leave what should follow to his companion. He would not help the man. "There's a matter which had better be mentioned now, distasteful as it is," Chisholm said at length. "I can settle nothing upon Evelyn. As you must have guessed, my affairs are in a far from promising state. Indeed, I'm afraid I may have to ask your indulgence when the loan falls due, and I don't mind confessing that the prospect of Evelyn's making what I think is a suitable marriage is a relief to me." Vane's feelings were somewhat mixed, but contempt figured prominently among them. He could find no fault with Chisholm's desire to safeguard his daughter's future, but he was convinced that the man looked for more than this. He felt he had been favoured with a delicate hint, to which his companion expected an answer. "Well," he said curtly, "you need not be concerned about the loan. To go a little farther, I should naturally take an interest in the welfare of my wife's relatives. I don't think I can say anything more in the meanwhile." He knew that he might have spoken more plainly without offense, when he saw Chisholm smile, but the latter looked satisfied. "Those are the views I expected you to hold," he declared. "I believe Mrs. Chisholm will share my gratification if you find Evelyn disposed to listen to you." Vane left him shortly afterwards with a sense of shame. He felt he had bought the girl, and that, if she ever heard of it, she would find it hard to forgive him for the course he had taken. By and by he met Carroll, who looked at him inquiringly. "I've had a talk with Chisholm," said Vane. "It has upset my temper. I feel mean. There's no doubt that you were right." Carroll smiled and showed that he could guess what was in his comrade's mind. "I wouldn't worry too much about the thing," he replied. "The girl probably understands the situation. It's not pleasant, but I expect she's more or less resigned to it. She can't help herself." Vane gazed at him with anger. "Does that make it any better? Is it any comfort to me?" "Take her out of it. If she has any liking for you, she'll thank you for doing so afterwards." Vane, who made no answer, strode away, and nobody saw any more of him for an hour or two. He had her father's consent, but he felt he could not plead his cause with Evelyn just then. With her parents on his side, she was at a disadvantage, and he shrank from the thought that she might be forced upon him against her will. This was not what he desired, and she might hate him for it afterwards. She was very alluring. There had been signs of an unusual gentleness in her manner, but he wanted time to win her favour, aided only by such gifts as he had been endowed with. It cost him a determined effort, but he made up his mind to wait. End of chapter 9. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 10 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 10. With the Otter Hounds. A week or two had slipped away since Vane's eventful interview, when he lounged upon the terrace after breakfast, chatting with Carroll. Suddenly a long, faint howl came up the valley, and was answered by another in a deeper note. Then a confused swelling clamour, which slightly resembled the sound of chiming bells, broke out, softened by the distance. Carroll stopped and listened. "What in the name of wonder is that?" he asked. "The first of it reminded me of a coyote howling, but the rest's more like the noise the timber wolves make in the bush at night." "You haven't made a bad shot," Vane laughed. "It's a pack of otter hounds hot upon the scent." The sound ceased as suddenly as it had begun, but a few moments later Mabel came running towards the men. "I knew the hounds met at Patten Brig, but Jim was sure they'd gone downstream," she cried breathlessly. "They're coming up, and I think they're at the pool below the village. Get 2 poles—you'll find some in the tool shed—and come along at once." She clambered into the house through a window, calling for Evelyn, and Carroll smiled. "We have our orders," he remarked. "I suppose we'd better go." "It's one of the popular sports up here," said Vane. "You may as well see it." They set out a few minutes later, accompanied by Evelyn, while Mabel hurried on in front and reproached them for their tardiness. At length, after crossing several wet fields, they came into a rushy meadow on the edge of the river, which spread out into a wide pool, fringed with alders which had not yet lost their leaves and the barer withes of osiers. There was a swift stream at the head of it, and a long rippling shallow at the tail, and a very mixed company was scattered along the bank and in the water. A red-coated man with whip and horn stood in the tail outflow, and 3 or 4 more with poles in their hands were spread out across the stream behind him. These and 1 or 2 in the head stream appeared by their dress to belong to the hunt, but the rest, among whom were a few women, were attired in everyday garments, and of different walks in life: artisans, laborers, people of leisure, and a belated tourist or 2. 3 or 4 big hounds were swimming aimlessly up and down the pool. A dozen more, or thereabouts, trotted to and fro along the water's edge, stopping to sniff and give tongue in an uncertain manner now and then, but there was no sign of an otter. Carroll looked round with a smile when his companion stopped. "There'll be very little work done in this neighborhood today," he said. "I'd no idea there were so many folks in the valley with time to spare. The only thing that's missing is the beast they're after." "An otter is an almost invisible creature," Evelyn explained. "You very seldom see one, unless it's hard pressed by the dogs. There are a good many in the river, but even the trout fishers, who are about at sunrise in the hot weather and wade in the dusk, rarely come across them. Are you going to take a share in the hunt?" "No," replied Carroll, glancing humorously at his pole. "I don't know what I brought this thing for, unless it was because Mopsy sent me for it. I'd sooner stay and watch with you. Splashing through a river after a little beast which I don't suppose they'd let an outsider kill doesn't interest me, and I don't see why I should want to kill it anyway. Some of you English people have sporting ideas I can't understand. I struck a young man the other day, a well-educated man by the look of him, who was spending the afternoon happily with a ferret by a cornstack, killing rats with a club. He seemed uncommonly pleased with himself because he'd got 4 of them." "Oh," exclaimed Mabel, "you're as bad as the silly people who call killing things cruelty. I wouldn't have thought it of you." "I've seen him," said Vane, "drop a deer going almost as fast as a locomotive through thick brush, with a single shot rifle, and I believe he once assisted in killing a panther in a thicket you couldn't see 2 yards ahead in. The point is that he meant to eat the deer, and the panther had been taking a rancher's hogs." "Then I'm sorry I brought him," said Mabel decidedly. "He's not a sportsman." "I really think there's some excuse for the more vigorous sports," Evelyn declared. "Of course you can't eliminate a certain amount of cruelty. But admitting that, isn't it just as well that men who live in a luxurious civilization should be willing to plod through miles of heather after grouse, risk their limbs on horseback, or spend hours in cold water? These are bracing things. They imply moral discipline. It can't be nice to ride at a dangerous fence, or flounder down a rapid after an otter when you're stiff with cold. The effort to do so must be wholesome." "A sure thing," Carroll agreed. "The only drawback is that when you've got your fox or otter, it isn't worth anything. A good many of the folks in the newer lands have to make something of the kind of effort you described every day. In their case, the results are wagon trails, valleys cleared for orchards, new branch railroads. I suppose it's a matter of opinion, but if I'd put in a season's risky work, I'd sooner have a piece of land to grow fruit on, or a share in a mineral claim (you get plenty of excitement in prospecting) than a fox's tail. But there are people in Canada who wouldn't agree with me." He strolled along the water's edge with Evelyn and presently looked around. "Mopsy's gone, and I don't see Vane," he said. "After all, he's one of us. If you're born in the north country, it's hard to keep out of the river when you hear the otter hounds." They took up their station behind a growth of alders, and for a while the dogs went trotting by in twos and threes or swam about the pool, but nothing else broke the surface of the leaden-colored water. Then there was a cry, an outbreak of shouting, a confused baying, and half a dozen hounds dashed past. Evelyn stretched out her hand. "Look," she said. Carroll saw a small gray spot, the top of the otter's head, moving across the slacker part of the pool, with a very slight wedge-shaped ripple trailing away from it. It sank next moment, a bubble or two rose, and then there was nothing but the smooth flow of water. A horn called shrilly, a few whip cracks rang out like pistol shots, and the dogs took to the water, swimming slowly here and there. Men scrambled along the bank and while some, entering the river, reinforced the line spread out across the head rapid, others joined the second row, wading steadily upstream, and splashed about as they advanced with iron-tipped poles. Nothing rewarded their efforts. The dogs turned and went downstream, and then suddenly everybody ran or waded towards the tall outflow. A clamor of shouting and baying broke out, and floundering men and swimming dogs went down the stream together in a confused mass. Then there was silence, and the hounds came out and trotted to and fro along the bank, up which dripping men clambered after them. Evelyn laughed as she pointed to Vane, who looked wetter than most among the leading group. "I don't suppose he meant to go in. It's in the blood," she said. "There's no reason why he shouldn't, if it amuses him," Carroll replied. A little later the dogs were driven in again, and this time the whole of the otter's head was visible as it swam upstream. The animal was flagging, and on reaching shoaler water it sprang out altogether now and then, rising and falling in the stronger stream with a curious serpentine motion. In fact, as head and body bent in the same sinuous curves, it looked less like an animal than a plunging fish. The men guarding the rapid stood ready with their poles, and more were wading and splashing up both sides of the pool. The otter's pace was getting slower. Sometimes it seemed to stop, and now and then it vanished among the ripples. Carroll saw that Evelyn's face was intent, though there were signs of shrinking in it. "Now," he said, "I'll tell you what you are thinking. You want that poor little beast to get away." "I believe I do," Evelyn confessed. They watched with strained attention. The girl could not help it, though she dreaded the climax. Her sympathies were now with the hard-pressed, exhausted creature that was making a desperate fight for life. The pursuers were close behind it, the swimming dogs leading them, and ahead lay a foaming rush of water which did not seem more than a foot deep with men spread out across it. The shouting from the bank had ceased, and everybody waited in tense expectancy when the otter disappeared. The dogs reached the rapid, where they were washed back a few yards before they could make head upstream. Men who came splashing close upon their tails left the river to scramble along its edge, and then stopped abruptly, while the dogs swam in an uncertain manner about the still reach beyond. They came out in a few minutes, and scampered up and down among the stones, evidently at fault, for there was no sign of the otter anywhere. The hunted creature had crept up the rush of water among the feet of those who watched for it, and vanished unseen into the sheltering depths beyond. Evelyn sighed with relief. "I think it will escape," she said. "The river's rather full after the rain, which is against the dogs, and there isn't another shallow for some distance. Shall we go on?" They strolled forward behind the dogs, which were again moving upstream, but they turned aside to avoid a wood, and it was some time later when they came out upon a rocky promontory dropping steeply to the river. The hunt was now widely scattered about the reach. Men crept along slippery ledges above the water, and moved over steeply slanting slopes, half hidden among the trees. A few were in the river, and 3 or 4 of the dogs were swimming. The rest, spread out in 2s and 3s, trotted to and fro among the undergrowth. Carroll did not think that they were following any scent, but a figure creeping along the foot of the rock not far away presently seized his attention. "It's Mopsy," he said. "The foothold doesn't look very safe among those stones, and there seems to be deep water below." He called out in warning, but the girl did not heed. The willows were thinner at the spot she had reached, and squeezing herself through them, she leaned down, clinging to an alder branch. "He's gone to holt among the roots," she cried. 3 or 4 men came running along the opposite bank, and apparently decided that she was right, for the horn was sounded, and here and there a dog broke through the underbrush. Then, just as the first comers reached the rapid, there was a splash. It was a moment or two before Evelyn or Carroll, who had been watching the dogs, realized what had happened, and then the blood ebbed from the girl's face. Mabel had disappeared. Running a few paces forward, Carroll saw what looked like a bundle of spread-out garments swing round in an eddy. It washed in among the willows, and he heard a faint cry. "Somebody help me, quick! I've caught a branch." He could not see the girl now, but an alder bough was bending sharply, and he flung a rapid glance around him. The summit of the rock he stood upon rose above the trees, and though he would have faced the risky fall had there been a better landing, it seemed impossible to alight among the stones without a broken leg. Further downstream he might reach the water by a reckless jump, because the promontory sloped towards it there. But he would not be able to swim back against the current. His position was a painful one. It looked as if there was nothing that he could do. Next moment men and dogs went scrambling and swimming down the rapid, but they were in hot pursuit of the otter, which had left its hiding place, and it was evident that the girl had escaped their attention. Carroll shouted savagely as his comrade appeared among the tail of the hunt below. The others were too occupied to heed, or perhaps concluded that he was urging them on. But Vane, who was in the water, seemed to understand. In another few minutes he was swimming down the pool along the edge of the alders. Then Carroll saw that Evelyn expected him to take some part in the rescue. "Get down before it's too late," she cried. Carroll spread out his hands, as if to beg her forbearance, and while every impulse urged him to the leap, he endeavored to keep his head. "I can't do any good just now," he answered, knowing he was right and yet feeling horribly ashamed. "She's holding on, and Wallace will reach her in a moment or two." Evelyn broke out on him in an agony of fear and anger. "You coward!" she cried. "Will you let her drown?" She turned and ran forward, but Carroll, dreading that she meant to attempt the descent, seized her shoulder and held her fast. While he grappled with her, Vane's voice rose from below, and he let his hands drop. "Wallace has her. There's no more danger," he said. Evelyn suddenly recovered some degree of calm. Standing breathless a pace or two apart, they saw Vane and the girl appear from beneath the willows and wash away downstream. The man was swimming, but he was hampered by his burden, and once he and Mabel almost sank from sight in a whirling eddy. Carroll said nothing, but he turned and ran along the sloping ridge, until, where the fall was less and the trees were thinner, he leaped out into the air. He broke through the alders amidst a rustle of bending boughs and disappeared. But a moment later his head rose out of the water close beside Vane, and the two men went downstream, with Mabel between them. Evelyn scrambled wildly along the ridge, and when she reached the foot of it, Vane was helping Mabel up the sloping bank of gravel. The girl's drenched garments clung about her, her wet hair was streaked across her face, but she seemed able to stand, and she was speaking in jerky gasps. The hunt had swept on through shoaler water, but there was a cheer from the stragglers across the river. Evelyn clutched her sister, half laughing, half sobbing, and incoherently upbraided her. Mabel shook herself free, and her first remark was characteristic. "Oh," she said, "don't make a silly fuss." Then she tried to shake out her dripping skirt. "I'm only wet through, Wallace. Take me home." Vane picked her up, which was what she seemed to expect, and the others followed when he pushed through the underbrush towards a neighboring meadow. Evelyn, however, was still a little unnerved, and when they reached a gap in a wall she stopped, and leaning against the stones turned to Carroll. "I think I'm more disturbed than Mopsy is," she said. "What I felt must be some excuse for me. I'm sorry for what I said. It was unjustifiable. Anyway, it was perfectly natural, but I must confess that I felt some temptation to make a fool of myself. I might have jumped into those alders, but it's most unlikely that I could have got out of them." Evelyn looked at him with a faint respect. She had not troubled to point out that he had not flinched from the leap when it seemed likely to be of service. "How had you the sense to think of that?" she asked. "I suppose it's a matter of practice," Carroll answered with amusement. "One can't work among the ranges and rivers without learning to make the right decision rapidly. When you don't, you get badly hurt. The thing has to be cultivated. It's not instinctive." Evelyn was struck by the explanation. This acquired coolness was a finer thing, and undoubtedly more useful than hot-headed gallantry, though she admired the latter. "Wallace was splendid in the water," she broke out, uttering part of her thoughts aloud. "I thought rather more of him in the city," Carroll replied. "That kind of thing was new to him, and I'm inclined to believe I'd have let the folks he had to negotiate with have the mine for a good deal less than what he eventually got for it. But I've said something about that before, and after all, I'm not here to play Boswell." The girl was surprised at the apt allusion. It was not what she would have expected from the man. Since she had not recovered her composure, she forgot what Vane had told her about him, and her comment was an incautious one. "How did you hear of him?" Carroll parried this with a smile. "Oh," he said, "you don't suppose you can keep those old fellows to yourselves. They're international. But hadn't we better be getting on? Let me help you through the gap." They reached the Dene some time later, and Mabel, very much against her wishes, was sent to bed, while shortly afterwards Carroll came across Vane, who had changed his clothes, strolling up and down among the shrubberies. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Vane looked embarrassed. "For one thing, I'm keeping out of Mrs. Chisholm's way. She's inclined to be effusive. For another, I'm trying to decide what I ought to do. We'll have to pull out very shortly, and I had meant to have had an interview with Evelyn today. That's why I feel uncommonly annoyed with Mopsy for falling in." Carroll made a grimace. "If that's how it strikes you, any advice I could offer would be wasted. A sensible man would consider it a promising opportunity." "And trade upon it." "Do you really want the girl?" "That impression's firmly in my mind," said Vane curtly. "Then you had better pitch your quixotic notions overboard, and tell her so." Vane made no answer, and Carroll, seeing that his comrade was not inclined to be communicative, left him. End of chapter 10. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 11 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 11. Vane Withdraws. Dusk was drawing on when Vane strolled along the terrace in front of the Dene. He was preoccupied and eager, but fully aware of the need for coolness, because it was very possible that he might fail in the task he had in hand. By and by he saw Evelyn, whom he had been waiting for, cross the opposite end of the terrace, and moving forward he joined her at the entrance to a shrubbery walk. A big clipped yew with a recess in which a seat had been placed stood close by. "I've been sitting with Mopsy," said Evelyn. "She seems very little the worse for her adventure, thanks to you." She hesitated, and her voice grew softer. "I owe you a heavy debt. I am very fond of Mopsy." "It's a great pity she fell in," Vane declared. Evelyn looked at him with surprise. She scarcely thought he could regret the efforts he had made on her sister's behalf, but that was what his words implied. "The trouble is that the thing might seem to give me some claim on you, and I don't want that," he explained. "It cost me no more than a wetting. I hadn't the least difficulty in getting her out." His companion was still puzzled. She could find no fault with him for being modest about his exploit, but that he should make it clear that he did not require her gratitude seemed to her unnecessary. "For all that, you did bring her out," she persisted. "I don't seem to be beginning very fortunately," Vane replied. "What I mean is that I don't want to urge my claim, if I have one. I'd sooner be taken on my merits." He paused a moment with a smile. "That's not much better, is it? But it partly expresses what I feel. Leaving Mopsy out altogether, let me try to explain. I don't wish you to be influenced by anything except your own idea of me. I'm saying this because one or two points that seem in my favor may have a contrary effect." Evelyn made no answer, and he indicated the seat. "Won't you sit down? I have something more to say." The girl did as he suggested, and his smile faded. "Now," he went on, "you won't be astonished if I ask if you will marry me?" He stood looking down on her with an impressive steadiness of gaze. She could imagine him facing the city men, from whom he had extorted the full value of his mine, in the same fashion, and in a later instance so surveying the eddies beneath the osiers when he had gone to Mabel's rescue. She felt that they had better understand one another. "No," she said. "If I must be candid, I am not astonished." Then the color crept into her cheeks as she met his gaze. "I suppose it is an honor, and it is undoubtedly a temptation." "A temptation?" "Yes," said Evelyn, mustering her courage to face a crisis she had dreaded. "It is only due to you that you should hear the truth, though I think you suspect it. I have some liking for you." "That is what I wanted you to own," Vane broke in. She checked him with a gesture. Her manner was cold, and yet there was something in it that stirred him more than her beauty. "After all," she answered, "it does not go very far, and you must try to understand. I want to be quite honest, and what I have to say is difficult. In the first place, things are far from pleasant for me here. I was expected to make a good marriage, and I had my chance in London. I refused to profit by it, and now I'm a failure. I wonder if you can realize what a temptation it is to get away." "Yes," he said. "It makes me savage to think of it. I can, at least, take you out of all this. If you hadn't had a very fine courage, you wouldn't have told me." Evelyn smiled, a curious, wry smile. "It has only prompted me to behave, as most people would consider, shamelessly. But there are times when one must get above that point of view. Besides, there is a reason for my candor. Had you been a man of different stamp, it's possible that I might have been driven into taking the risk. We should both have suffered for a time, but through open variance we might have reached an understanding, not to intrude on one another. As it is, I could not do you that injustice, and I should shrink from marrying you with only a little cold liking." The man held himself firmly in hand. Her calmness had infected him, and he felt that this was not an occasion for romantic protestations, even had he felt capable of making them, which was not the case. As a matter of fact, such things were singularly foreign to his nature. "Even that would go a long way with me, if I could get nothing better," he declared. "Besides, you might change. I could surround you with some comfort. I think I could promise not to force my company upon you. I believe I could be kind." "Yes," assented Evelyn. "I shouldn't be afraid of harshness from you. But it seems impossible that I should change. You must see that you started handicapping from the beginning. Had I been free to choose, it might have been different. But I have lived for some time in shame and fear, hating the thought that someone would be forced on me." He said nothing, and she went on. "Must I tell you? You are the man." His face grew hard, and for a moment he set his lips tight. It would have been a relief to express his feelings concerning his host just then. "If you don't hate me for it now, I'm willing to take the risk," he said at length. "It will be my fault if you hate me in the future. I'll try not to deserve it." He imagined she was yielding, but she roused herself with an effort. "No," she said. "Love on one side may go a long way, if it is strong enough, but it must be strong to overcome the many clashes of thought and will. Yours," she looked at him steadily, "would not stand the strain." Vane started. "You are the only woman I ever wished to marry." He paused with a forcible gesture. "What can I say to convince you?" She smiled softly. "I'm afraid it's impossible. If you had wanted me greatly, you would have pressed the claim you had in saving Mopsy, and I would have forgiven you that. You would have urged any and every claim. As it is, I suppose I am pretty," her lips curled scornfully, "and you find some of your ideas and mine agree. It isn't half enough. Shall I tell you that you are scarcely moved as yet?" It flashed upon Vane that he was confronted with the reality. Her beauty had appealed to him, but without rousing passion, for there was little of the sensual in this man. Her other qualities, her reserved graciousness, which had a tinge of dignity in it, her insight and comprehension, had also had their effect. But they had only awakened admiration and respect. He desired her as one desires an object for its rarity and preciousness. But this, as she had told him, was not enough. Behind her physical and mental attributes, and half revealed by them, there was something deeper, the real personality of the girl. It was elusive, mystic, with a spark of immaterial radiance which might brighten human love with its transcendent glow. But, as he dimly realized, if he won her by force, it might recede and vanish altogether. He could not, with strong ardor, compel its clearer manifestation. "I think I am as moved as it is possible for me to be," he said. Evelyn shook her head. "No. You will discover the difference some day, and then you will thank me for leaving you your liberty. Now I beg you to leave me mine, and let me go." Vane stood silent a minute or two, for the last appeal had stirred him to chivalrous pity. He was shrewd enough to realize that if he persisted he could force her to come to him. Her father and mother were with him. She had nothing, no commonplace usefulness or trained abilities, to fall back upon if she defied them. But it was unthinkable that he should abruptly compel her. "Well," he said at length, "I must try to face the situation. I want to assure you that it is not a pleasant one to me. But there's another point. I'm afraid I've made things worse for you. Your people will probably blame you for sending me away." Evelyn did not answer this, and he broke into a little grim smile. "Now," he added, "I think I can save you any trouble on that score, though the course I'm going to take isn't flattering, if you look at it in one way. I want you to leave me to deal with your father." He took her consent for granted, and leaning down laid a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You will try to forgive me for the anxiety I have caused you. The time I've spent here has been very pleasant, but I'm going back to Canada in a few days. Perhaps you'll think of me without bitterness now and then." He turned away, and Evelyn sat still, glad that the strain was over, and thinking earnestly. The man was gentle and considerate as well as forceful, and she liked him. Indeed, she admitted that she had not met any man she liked as much, but that was not going very far. Then she began to wonder at her candor, and to consider if it had been necessary. It was curious that this was the only man she had ever taken into her confidence, and her next suitor would probably be a much less promising specimen. On the other hand, it was consoling to remember that eligible suitors for the daughter of an impoverished gentleman were likely to be scarce. It had grown dark when she rose, and, entering the house, went up to Mabel's room. The girl looked at her sharply as she came in. "So you have got rid of him," she said. "I think you're very silly." "How did you know?" Evelyn asked with a start. "I heard him walking up and down the terrace, and I heard you go out. You can't walk over raked gravel without making a noise. He went along to join you, and it was a good while before you came back at different times. I've been waiting for this the last day or two." Evelyn sat down, with a strained smile. "Well," she said, "I have sent him away." Mabel regarded her indignantly. "Then you'll never get another chance like this one. If you had only taken him, I could have worn decent frocks. Nobody could call the last one that." This was a favorite grievance and Evelyn ignored it. But Mabel had more to say. "I suppose," she went on, "you don't know that Wallace has been getting Gerald out of trouble?" "Are you sure of that?" Evelyn asked sharply. "Yes," said Mabel. "I'll tell you what I know. Wallace saw Gerald in London. He told us that. And we all know that Gerald couldn't pay his debts a little while since. You remember he came down to Kendal and went on and stayed the next night with the Claytons. It isn't astonishing that he didn't come here after the row there was on the last occasion." "Go on," said Evelyn. "What has his visit to the Claytons to do with it?" "Well," said Mabel, "you don't know that I saw Gerald in the afternoon. After all, he's the only brother I've got. And as Jim was going to the station with the trap, I made him take me. The Claytons were in the garden. We were scattered about, and I heard Frank and Gerald, who had strolled off from the others, talking. Gerald was telling him about some things he'd bought. They must have been expensive, because Frank asked him where he got the money. Gerald laughed, and said he'd had an unexpected stroke of luck, and that they had set him straight again. Now, of course, Gerald got no money from home, and if he'd won it he would have told Frank how he did so. Gerald always would tell a thing like that." Evelyn was filled with confusion and hot indignation. She had little doubt that Mabel's surmise was correct. "I wonder if he has told anybody, though it's scarcely likely," she said. "Of course he hasn't. We all know what Gerald is. Wallace ought to get his money back, now you have sent him away." Mabel, who had waited a moment or two, went on. "But, of course, that's most unlikely. It wouldn't take Gerald long to waste it." Evelyn rose, and, making some excuse, left the room. A suspicion which had troubled her more than Gerald's conduct had lately crept into her mind, and it now thrust itself upon her attention. Several things pointed to the fact that her father had taken a similar course to that which her brother had taken. She felt that had she heard Mabel's information before the interview with Vane, she might have yielded to him in an agony of humiliation. Mabel had summed up the situation with stinging candor and crudity. Vane, who had been defrauded, was entitled to recover the money he had parted with. For a few moments Evelyn was furiously angry with him, and then, growing calmer, she recognized that this was unreasonable. She could not imagine any idea of a compact originating with the man, and he had quietly acquiesced in her decision. Soon after she left her sister, Vane walked into the room which Chisholm reserved for his own use. Chisholm was sitting at the table with some papers in front of him, and a cigar in his hand, and Vane drew out a chair and lighted his pipe before he addressed him. "I've made up my mind to sail on Saturday instead of next week," he said. "You have decided rather suddenly, haven't you?" Vane knew that what his host wished to inquire about was the cause of his decision, and he meant to come to the point. He was troubled by no consideration for the man. "The last news I had indicated that I was wanted," he replied. "After all, there was only one reason why I have abused Mrs. Chisholm's hospitality so long." "Well?" said Chisholm, with an abruptness which hinted at anxiety. "You will remember what I asked you some time ago. I had better say that I abandon the idea." Chisholm started, and his florid face grew redder, while Vane, in place of embarrassment, was conscious of a somewhat grim amusement. It seemed strange that a man of Chisholm's stamp should have any pride, but he evidently possessed it. "What am I to understand by that?" he asked with some asperity. "I think what I said explained it. Bearing in mind your and Mrs. Chisholm's influence, I've an idea that Evelyn might have yielded, if I'd strongly urged my suit. But that was not by any means what I wanted. I'd naturally prefer a wife who married me because she wished to do so. That's why, after thinking the thing over, I've decided to withdraw." Chisholm straightened himself in his chair, in fiery indignation, which he made no attempt to conceal. "You mean that after asking my consent and seeing more of Evelyn, you have changed your mind? Can't you understand that it's an unpardonable confession, one which I never fancied a man born and brought up in your station could have brought himself to make?" Vane looked at him with an impassive face. "It strikes me as largely a question of terms. I mayn't have used the right one. Now, you know how the matter stands, you can describe it in any way that sounds nicest. In regard to your other remark, I've been in a good many stations, and I must admit that until lately none of them were likely to promote much delicacy of sentiment." "So it seems." Chisholm was almost too hot to sneer. "But can't you realize how your action reflects upon my daughter?" Vane held himself in hand. He had only one object, to divert Chisholm's wrath from Evelyn to himself, and he thought he was succeeding in this. For the rest, he cherished a strong resentment against the man. "It can't reflect upon her, unless you talk about it, and both you and Mrs. Chisholm have sense enough to refrain from doing so," he answered dryly. "I can't flatter myself that Evelyn will grieve over me." Then his manner changed. "Now we'll get down to business. I don't propose to call that loan in, which will no doubt be a relief to you." He rose leisurely, and, strolling out of the room, met Carroll shortly afterwards in the hall. The latter glanced at him sharply. "What have you been doing?" he inquired. "There's a look I seem to remember in your eye." "I suppose I've been outraging the rules of decency, but I don't feel ashamed. I've been acting the uncivilized Westerner, though it's possible that I rather strained the part. To come to the point, however, we pull out for the Dominion first thing tomorrow." Carroll asked no further questions. He did not think it would serve any purpose, and he contented himself with making arrangements for their departure, which they took early on the morrow. Vane had a brief interview with Mabel, who shed some tears over him, and then by her contrivance secured a word or two with Evelyn alone. "Now," he said, "it's possible that you may hear some hard things of me, and I count upon your not contradicting them. After all, I think you owe me that favor. There's just another matter. As I won't be here to trouble you, try to think of me leniently." He held her hand for a moment, and then turned away, and a few minutes later he and Carroll left the Dean. End of chapter 11. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 12 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 12. Vane Grows Restless. Vane had been back in Vancouver a fortnight, when he sat one evening on the veranda of Nairn's house, in company with his host and Carroll, lazily looking down upon the inlet. Nairn referred to one of the papers in his hand. "Horsfield has been bringing up that smelter project again, and there's something to be said in favor of his views," he remarked. "We're paying a good deal for reduction." "We couldn't keep a smelter going at present," Vane objected. "There are 2 or 3 low-grade mineral properties in the neighborhood of the Clermont that have only had a little development work done on them," Nairn pointed out. "They can't pay freight on their raw product. But I'm thinking we'd encourage their owners to open up the mines and get their business, if we had a smelter handy." "It wouldn't amount to much," Vane replied. "Besides, there's another objection. We haven't the dollars to put up a thoroughly efficient plant." "Horsfield's ready to find part of them and do the work." "I know he is," said Vane. "He's suspiciously eager. The arrangement would give him a pretty strong hold upon the company. There are ways in which he could squeeze us." "It's possible. But looking at it as a personal matter, there are inducements he could offer you. Horsfield's a man who has the handling of other folks' dollars as well as a good many of his own. It might be wise to stand in with him." "So he hinted," Vane answered shortly. "Your argument was about the worst you could have used, Mr. Nairn," Carroll broke in, laughing. "Well," said Nairn good-humouredly, "I'm not urging it. I would not see your partner make enemies for the want of a warning." "He'd probably do so in any case. It's a gift of his," said Carroll. "On the other hand, it's fortunate he has a way of making friends. The 2 things sometimes go together." Vane turned to Nairn with signs of impatience. "It might save trouble if I state that while I'm a director of the Clermont, I expect to be content with a fair profit on my stock in the company." "He's modest," Carroll commented. "What he means is that he doesn't propose to augment that profit by taking advantage of his position." "It's a creditable idea, though I'm not sure it's as common as might be desired. While I have to thank you for it, I would not consider the explanation altogether necessary," said Nairn, whose eyes twinkled. Then he addressed Vane. "Now we come to another point. The company's a small one, the mine is doing satisfactorily, and the moment's favourable for the floating of mineral properties. If we got an option on the half-developed claims near the Clermont, and went into the market, it's likely that an issue of new stock would meet with investors' favour." "I suppose so," said Vane. "I'll support such a scheme when I can see how an increased capital could be used to advantage, and I am convinced about the need for a smelter. At present that's not the case." "I mentioned it as a duty. You'll hear more of it. For the rest, I'm inclined to agree with you," Nairn replied. A few minutes later he went into the house with Carroll, and as they entered it he glanced at his companion. "In the present instance, Mr. Vane's views are sound," he said, "but I see difficulties before him." "So do I. When he grapples with them it will be by a frontal attack. A bit of compromise is judicious now and then. In a general way it's not likely to appeal to my partner. When he can't get through by direct means, there'll be something wrecked. You had better understand what kind of man he is." "It's not the first time I've been enlightened upon the point." Shortly after they had disappeared, Miss Horsfield came out of another door, and Vane rose when she approached him. "Mrs. Nairn told me I would find you and the others on the veranda," she informed him. "She said she would join you presently, and it was too fine to stay in." "I think she was right," Vane replied. "As you see, I am alone. Nairn and Carroll have just deserted me, but I can't complain. What pleases me most about this house is that you can do what you like in it, and, within limits, the same thing applies to this city." Jessie laughed, and sank gracefully into the chair he drew forward. "Yes," she said, "I think that would please you. But how long have you been back?" "A fortnight, since yesterday." There was a hint of reproach in the glance Jessie favored him with. "Then I think Mrs. Nairn might have brought you over to see us." Vane wondered if she meant she was surprised he had not come of his own accord, and he was mildly flattered. "I was away at the mine a good deal of the time," he replied deprecatingly. "I wonder if you are sorry to get back?" Turning a little, Vane indicated the climbing city, rising tier on tier above its waterfront, and then the broad expanse of blue inlet and the faint white line of towering snow. "Wouldn't anything I could say in praise of Vancouver be trifle superfluous?" he asked. Jessie recognized that he had parried her question neatly, but this did not deter her. She was anxious to learn if he had felt any regret in leaving England, or, to be more concise, if there was anybody in that country whom he had reluctantly parted from. She admitted that the man attracted her. There was a breezy freshness about him, and though she was acquainted with a number of young men whose conversation was characterized by snap and sparkle, they needed toning down. This miner was set apart from them by something which he had doubtless acquired in youth in the older land. "That wasn't quite what I meant," she said. "We don't always want to be flattered, and I'm in search of information. You told me you had been 9 years in this country, and life must be rather different yonder. How did it strike you after the absence?" "It's difficult to explain," Vane replied, with an air of amused reflection which hinted that he meant to get away from the point. "On the whole, I think I'm more interested in the question how I struck them. It's curious that whereas some folks insist upon considering me English here, I've a suspicion that they looked upon me as a typical colonial there." "One wouldn't like to think you resented it." "How could I? This land sheltered me when I was an outcast, and set me on my feet." "Ah," said Jessie, "you are the kind we don't mind taking in. The rest go back and abuse us. But you haven't given me very much information yet." "Then," said Vane, "the best comparison is supplied by my first remark, that in this city you can do what you like. You're rather fenced in yonder, which, if you're of a placid disposition, is, no doubt, comforting, because it shuts out unpleasant things. On the other hand, if you happen to be restless and active, the fences are inconvenient, because you can't always climb over, and it is not considered proper to break them down. Still, having admitted that, I'm proud of the old land. It's only the fences that irritate me." "Fences would naturally be obnoxious to you, but we have some here." "They're generally built loose, of split rails, and not nailed. An energetic man can pull off a bar or two and stride over. If it's necessary, he can afterwards put them up again, and there's no harm done." "Would you do the latter?" Vane's expression changed. "No," he said. "I think if there were anything good on the other side, I'd widen the gap so that the less agile and the needy could crawl through." He smiled at her. "You see, I owe some of them a good deal. They were the only friends I had when I first tramped, jaded and footsore, about the province." Jessie was pleased with his answer. She had heard of the bush chopper's free hospitality, and she thought it was a graceful thing that he should acknowledge his debt to them. "Now, at last you'll be content to rest a while," she suggested. "I dare say you deserve it." "It's strange you should say that, because just before you came out of the house I was thinking that I'd sat still long enough," Vane answered with a laugh. "It's a thing that gets monotonous. One must keep going on." "Then," said Jessie, "take care you don't walk over a precipice some day when you have left all the fences behind. But I've kept you from your meditations, and I had better see if Mrs. Nairn is coming." She left him, and he was lighting a cigar when he noticed a girl whose appearance seemed familiar in the road below. Moving along the veranda, he recognized her as Kitty, and hastily crossed the lawn towards her. She was accompanied by a young man whom Vane had once seen in the city, but she greeted him with evident pleasure. "Tom," she said, when they had exchanged a few words, "this is Mr. Vane." Then turning to Vane, she added, "Mr. Drayton." Vane, who liked the man's face and manner, shook hands with him, and then looked back at Kitty. "What are you doing now, and how are little Elsie and her mother?" he inquired. Kitty's face clouded. "Mrs. Marvin's dead. Elsie's with some friends at Spokane, and I think she's well looked after. I've given up the stage. Tom," she explained shyly, "didn't like it. Now I'm with some people at a ranch near the Fraser on the Westminster Road. There are 2 or 3 children, and I'm fond of them." Drayton smiled. "She won't be there long. I've wanted to meet you for some time, Mr. Vane. They told me at the office that you were away." "Ah," said Vane, "I suppose my congratulations won't be out of place. Won't you ask me to the wedding?" Kitty blushed. "Will you come?" "Try," said Vane, and Drayton broke in, "There's nobody we would sooner see. I'm heavily in your debt, Mr. Vane." "Oh, pshaw!" rejoined Vane. "Come and see me any time. Tomorrow, if you can manage it." Drayton said he would do so, and shortly afterwards he and Kitty moved away, but Vane, who turned back across the lawn, was not aware that Jessie had watched the meeting from the veranda, and had recognized Kitty, whom she had once seen at the station. She had already ascertained that the girl had arrived at Vancouver in his company, which, in view of the opinion she had formed about him, somewhat puzzled her. But she said one must endeavour to be charitable. Besides, having closely watched the little group, she was inclined to believe from the way Vane shook hands with the man that there was no danger to be apprehended from Kitty. End of chapter 12. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 13 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 13. A New Project. Vane was sitting alone in the room set apart for the Clermont Company in Nairn's office when Drayton was shown in. He took the chair Vane pointed to, and lighted a cigar the latter gave him. "Now," he began with some diffidence, "you cut me off short when I met you the other day, and one of my reasons for coming over was to get through with what I was saying then. It's just this. I owe you a good deal for taking care of Kitty. She's very grateful, and thinks no end of you. I want to say I'll always feel you have a claim on me." Vane smiled at him. It was evident that Kitty had taken her lover into her confidence with regard to her trip on board the sloop, and that she had done so said a good deal for her. "It didn't cost me any trouble. Vane replied. "We were coming down to Vancouver anyway." Drayton's embarrassment became more obvious. "It cost you some dollars. There were the tickets. Now I feel I have to—" Vane stopped him. "When you are married to Miss Blake you can pay me back, if it will be a relief to you. When's the wedding to be?" "In a couple of months," said Drayton, who saw it would be useless to protest. "I'm a clerk in the Winstanley Mills, and as one of the staff is going, I'll get a move up then. We are to be married as soon as I do." He said a little more on the same subject, and then, after a few moments' silence, added, "I wonder if the Clermont business keeps your hands full, Mr. Vane." "It doesn't. It's a fact I'm beginning to regret." Drayton appeared to consider. "Well," he said, "folks seem to regard you as a rising man with snap in him, and there's a matter I might, perhaps, bring before you. Let me explain. I've taken an interest, outside my routine work in the lumber trade of this province and its subsidiary branches. I figured any knowledge I could pick up might stand me in some dollars some day. So far," he smiled ruefully, "it hasn't done so." "Go on," said Vane, whose curiosity was aroused. "Well, I think that pulping spruce, paper spruce, is likely to be scarce soon. The supply's not unlimited, and the world's consumption is going up by jumps." "There's a good deal of timber you could make pulp of in British Columbia alone," Vane interposed. "Sure, but there's not a very great deal of spruce that could be milled into high-grade paper pulp. And it's rapidly getting worked out in most other countries. Then, as a rule, it's mixed up with the firs, cedars, and cypresses. And that means the cutting of logging roads to each cluster of milling trees. There's another point. A good deal of the spruce lies back from water or a railroad, and it would be costly to bring in milling plant or pack the pulp out." "That's obvious," said Vane, "for you might have to haul every pound of freight over a breakneck divide." Drayton leaned forward confidentially. "Then if one struck high-grade paper spruce, a valley full of it, with water power and easy access to the sea, there ought to be dollars in the thing." "Yes," said Vane, with growing interest. "That is very probable." "I could put you on the track of such a valley," Drayton replied. "We had better understand each other. Do you want to sell me the information, and have you offered it to anyone else?" His companion answered with the candor he had expected. "The one or two folks I've spoken to don't seem anxious to consider it. It's mighty hard for a small man to launch a project." "As a rule, it is." "Then," Drayton continued, "the idea's not my own. It was a mineral prospector, a relative of mine, who struck the valley on his last trip. He's an old man, and he came down played out and sick. Now I guess he's slowly dying." He paused a moment. "Would you like to see him?" "I'll go with you now, if it's convenient," Vane replied. They crossed the city to where a row of squalid frame shacks stood on its outskirts. In one which they entered, a gaunt man, with grizzled hair, lay upon a rickety bed. A glance showed Vane that the man was very frail. Drayton, who explained the cause of his visit, motioned Vane to sit down, and the prospector fixed his eyes upon the latter. "I've heard of you. You're the man who located the Clermont, and put the project through," he said. "You had the luck. I've been among the ranges half my life, and you can see how much I've made of it. When I struck a claim worth anything, somebody else got the money." Vane had reasons for believing that this was not an uncommon experience. but the man went on again. "Well, you look straight, and I've got to take some chances. It's my last stake. We'll get down to business. I'll tell you about that spruce." He spoke for a few minutes, and then asked abruptly, "What are you going to offer?" Vane had not been certain that he would make any offer at all, but, as had befallen him before, the swift decision flashed instinctively into his mind. "If I find that the timber and its location come up to your account of it, I'll pay you so many dollars down, whatever we can agree upon, when I get my lease from the land office," he said. "Then I'll make another equal payment the day we start the mill. But I don't bind myself to record the timber or put up a mill unless I'm convinced it's worth while." "I'd sooner take less dollars and a small share in the concern, and Drayton must stand in." "It's a question of terms," Vane replied. "I'll consider your views." They discussed it for a while, and when they had at length arrived at a provisional understanding, the prospector made a sign of acquiescence. "We'll let it go at that. But the thing will take time, and I'll never get the money. If you exercise your option, you'll sure pay it down to Celie?" "Celia's his daughter," Drayton explained. "He has no one else. She's a waitress at the house in the city." He named a hotel of no great standing. "Comes home at nights and looks after him." Vane glanced around the room. It was evident that Celia's earnings were small, but he noticed several things which suggested that she had lavished loving care upon the sick man, probably at the cost of severe self-denial. "Yes," he answered, "I'll promise that. But, as I pointed out, while we have agreed upon the two payments, I reserve the right of deciding what share your daughter and Drayton are to take afterwards, within the limits sketched out. I can't fix it definitely until I've seen the timber. You'll have to trust me." The prospector once more looked at him steadily, and then implied by a gesture that he was satisfied. The man fumbled under his pillow, and produced a piece cut out from a map of the province, with rough pencil notes on the back of it. "It was on my last prospecting trip I found the spruce," he said. "I'd been looking round for the company I was with, and I figured I'd strike the coast over the range. The creeks were full of snow water, and as I was held up here and there before I could get across, provisions began to run short. By and by I fell sick, but I had to get out of the mountains, and I was pushing on for the Strait when I struck the place where the spruce is. After that I got kind of muddled in the head, but I went down a long valley on an easy grade, and struck some Siwash curing the last of the salmon. The trouble is, I was too sick to figure exactly where the small inlet they were camped by lies. They took me back with them to their rancherie, you could find that, and sailed me across to Comox by and by. I came down on a steamboat, and the doctor told me I'd made my last journey." Vane expressed his sympathy. The narrative had been crudely matter of fact, but he had been out on the prospecting trail often enough to fill in the details the sick man omitted. "How far was the valley from the inlet?" he asked. "I can't tell you. I think I was 4 days on the trail, but it might have been more. I was too sick to remember. Anyway, there was a creek you could run the logs down." Vane nodded. "Well," he said, "how far was the inlet from the rancherie?" "I was in the canoe part of one night and some of the next day. Guess 30 miles wouldn't be far out." "That's something to go upon." Vane rose. "If Drayton will come along with me, I'll send him back with $100. It's part of the first payment, But your getting it now should make things a little easier for Celia." "But you haven't located the spruce yet." "I'm going to locate it, if the thing's any way possible." Vane shook hands with the man. "I expect to get off up the Strait very shortly." The prospector looked at him with relief and gratitude in his eyes. "You're white, and I guess you'd be mighty hard to beat." Vane touched Drayton's arm, and when they reached the street, his companion glanced at him with open admiration. "I'm glad I brought you across," he broke out. "You have a way of getting hold of folks, making them believe in you. Hartley hasn't a word in writing, but he knows you mean to act square with him. Kitty felt the same thing. It was why she came down in the sloop with you." Vane smiled, though there was a trace of embarrassment in his manner. "Now you mention it, you were equally confiding. We have only arrived at a rather indefinite understanding about your share yet." "We'll leave it at that," said the other. "I haven't struck anybody else in this city who would hear about the thing. Anyway, I'd prefer a few shares in the concern, as mentioned, instead of money. If you get the thing on foot, I guess it will go." During the rest of the day, Vane was busy on board the sloop, but in the evening he walked over to Horsfield's house with Mrs. Nairn, and found Jessie and her brother at home. Horsfield presently took him to his smoking room. "About that smelter," he said. "Haven't you made your mind up yet?" "Isn't it a matter for the board?" Vane asked suggestively. "There are several directors." Horsfield laughed. "We'll face the fact. They'll do what you decide upon." Vane did not reply to this. "Well," he said, "at present we couldn't keep a smelter big enough to be economical going, and I'm doubtful if we would get much ore from the other properties you were talking to Nairn about." "Did he say it was my idea?" "He didn't. I'd reasons for assuming it. Those properties, however, are of no account." Horsfield waited expectantly, and Vane went on: "If it seems possible that we can profitably increase our output later by means of further capital, we'll put up a smelter. But in that case it might be economical to do the work ourselves." "Who would superintend it?" "I would, if necessary." Horsfield smiled in a significant manner. "Aren't you inclined to take hold of too much? When you have plenty in your hands, it's good policy to leave a little for somebody else. Sometimes the person who benefits is willing to reciprocate." The hint was plain, and Nairn had said sufficient on another occasion to make it clearer. But Vane did not respond. "If we gave the work out, it would be an open tender," he said. "There would be no reason why you shouldn't make a bid." Horsfield found it difficult to conceal his disgust. He had no desire to bid on an open tender, which would prevent his obtaining anything beyond the market price. "The question must stand over until I come back," Vane resumed. "I'm going up the west coast shortly, and may be away some little time." They left the smoking room soon afterwards, and when they strolled back to the other, Vane sat down near Jessie. "I hear you are going away," she began. "Yes," said Vane. "I'm going to look for pulping timber." "But why do you want pulping timber?" "It can sometimes be converted into dollars." "Isn't there every prospect of your obtaining a good many already? Are you never satisfied?" "I suppose I'm open to take as many as I can get," Vane answered with an air of humorous consideration. "The reason probably is that I've had very few until lately. Still, I don't think it's altogether the dollars that are driving me. If it's the restlessness you once spoke of, you ought to put a check on it and try to be content. There's danger in the longing to be always going on. It's a common idea that a small hazard gives a thing an interest." Jessie shot a swift glance at him, and she had, as he noticed, expressive eyes. "Be careful," she said. "After all, it's wiser to keep within safe limits, and not climb over too many fences." She hesitated, and her voice grew softer. "You have friends who would be sorry if you got hurt." The man was a little stirred. She was alluring physically, while something in her voice had its effect on him. Evelyn, however, still occupied his thoughts, and he smiled at his companion. "Thank you," he said. "I like to believe it." End of chapter 13. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 14 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 14. Vane Sails North. It was growing dusk on the evening of Vane's departure when he walked out of Nairn's room. His host was with him, and when they entered an adjacent room, where a lamp was burning, the older man's face relaxed into a smile as he saw Jessie Horsfield talking to his wife. Vane stopped a few minutes to speak to them, and it was Jessie who gave the signal for the group to break up. "I must go," she said to Mrs. Nairn. "I've already stayed longer than I intended. I'll let you have those patterns back in a day or two." "Mair patterns!" Nairn exclaimed with dry amusement. "It's the second lot this week. You're surely industrious, Jessie." "Women," he addressed Vane, "have curious notions of economy. They will spend a month knitting a thing to give to somebody who does not want it, when they could buy it for $half done better by machinery. I'm not saying, however, that it does not keep them out of mischief." Jessie laughed. "I don't think many of us are industrious in that way now. After all, isn't it a pity that so many of the beautiful old handicrafts are dying out? No loom, for instance, could turn out some of the things your wife makes. They're matchless." "She has an aumrie—you can translate it trunk—full of them," said Nairn. "It's no longer customary to scatter them over the house." Mrs. Nairn's smile was half a sigh. "There were no books and no money amusements when I was young," she said to Jessie. "We sat through the long winter forenights, counting stitches, at Burnfoot, under the Scottish moors. That, my dear, was 30 years ago." She shook hands with Vane, who left the house with Jessie and watched them cross the lawn. "I'm thinking you'll not see so much of Jessie for the next few weeks," Nairn, who had accompanied her to the door, remarked. "Has she shown ye any of yon knick-knacks when she finished them?" His wife shook her head at him reproachfully. "Alec," she said, "you're now and then hasty in jumping at conclusions." "Maybe," replied Nairn. "I'm not infallible, but the fault ye mention is not common in the land where we were born. I'm not denying that Jessie has enterprise, but how far it will carry her in this case is more'n I can tell." He smiled as he recalled a scene at the station some time ago, and Mrs. Nairn looked up at him. "What is amusing you, Alec?" she asked. "It was just a bit idea not worth the mentioning," said Nairn. "I think it wouldn't count." He paused, and resumed with an air of reflection. "A young man's heart is whiles inconstant and susceptible." Mrs. Nairn, who ignored the last remark, went into the house, and in the meanwhile Jessie and Vane walked down the road until they stopped at a gate. Jessie held out her hand. "I'm glad I met you tonight," she said. "You will allow me to wish you every success?" "Thank you," he replied. "It's nice to feel one has the sympathy of one's friends." He turned away, and Jessie stood watching him as he strode down the road. There was, she thought, something that set him apart from other men in his fine poise and swing. She was, however, forced to confess that, although he had answered her courteously, there had been no warmth in his words. As it happened, Vane was just then conscious of a slight relief. He admired Jessie, and he liked Nairn and his wife, but they belonged to the city, which he was on the whole glad to leave behind. He was going back to the shadowy woods, where men lived naturally, and the lust of fresh adventure was strong in him. On reaching the wharf he found Kitty and Celia Hartley, whom he had not met hitherto, awaiting him with Carroll and Drayton. A boat lay at the steps, and he and Carroll rowed the others off to the sloop. The moon was just rising from behind the black firs at the inlet's inner end, and a little cold wind faintly scented with resinous fragrance, that blew down across them, stirred the water into tiny ripples that flashed into silvery radiance here and there. A soft glow shone out from the skylights to welcome them as they approached the sloop, and when, laughing gaily, they clambered on board, Carroll led the way to the tiny saloon, which just held them all. It was brightly lighted by two nickeled lamps. Flowers were fastened against the panelling, and clusters of them stood upon the table, which was covered with a spotless cloth. Vane took the head of it, and Carroll modestly explained that only part of the supper had been prepared by him. The rest he had obtained in the city, out of regard for the guests, who, he added, had not lived in the bush. Carroll started the general chatter, which went on after the meal was over, and nobody appeared to notice that Kitty sat with her hand in Drayton's amidst the happy laughter. Even Celia, who had her grief to grapple with, smiled bravely. Vane had given them champagne, the best in the city, though they drank sparingly, and at last, when Celia made a move to rise, Drayton stood up with his glass in his hand. "We must go, but there's something to be done," he said. "It's to thank our host, and wish him success. It's a little boat he's sailing in, but she's carrying a big freight if our good wishes count for anything." They emptied the glasses, and Vane replied, "My success is yours. You have all a stake in the venture, and that piles up my responsibility. If the spruce is still in existence, I've got to find it." "And you're going to find it," said Drayton confidently. Then Vane divided the flowers between Celia and her companion, but when they went up on deck, Kitty raised one bunch and kissed it. "Tom won't mind," she said. "Take that one back from Celia and me." They got down into the boat. Then, while the girls called back to Vane, Drayton rowed away, and the boat was fading out of sight, when Kitty's voice reached the men on board. She was singing a well-known Jacobite ballad. "Considering what his Highland followers suffered on his account, and what the women thought of him," said Carroll, "some of the virtues they credited the young chevalier with must have been real." He raised his hand. "You may as well listen." Vane stood a moment with the blood hot in his face, and the refrain rang more clearly across the sparkling water. "Better loved ye cannot be, will ye not come back again?" "I don't know if you feel flattered, but I've an idea that Kitty and Celia would go into the fire for you, and Drayton seems to share their confidence," Carroll resumed, in his most matter-of-fact tone. Vane began to shake the mainsail loose. I believe we both talked rather freely tonight, but we have to find the spruce." "So you have said already," Carroll pointed out. "Hadn't you better heave the boom up with the topping lift?" They got the mainsail onto her, broke out the anchor, and set the jib. And as the boat slipped away before a freshening breeze, Vane sat at the helm, while Carroll stood on the foredeck, coiling up the gear. The moon was higher now, the broad sail gleamed a silvery gray, the ripples, which were getting bigger, flashed and sparkled as they streamed back from the bows, and the lights of the city dropped fast astern. Vane was conscious of a keen exhilaration. He had started on a new adventure, he was going back to the bush, and he knew that no matter how his life might change, the wilderness would always call to him. In spite of this, however, he was, as he had said, conscious of an unusual responsibility. Hitherto he had fought for what he could get for himself, but now Kitty's future partly depended upon his efforts, and his success would be of vast importance to Celia. He had a very friendly feeling towards both the girls. Indeed, all the women he had met of late had attracted him in different ways, but Evelyn stood apart from all. She appealed less to his senses and intellect than she did to a sublimated something in the depths of his nature, and it somehow seemed fitting that her image should materialize before his mental vision as the sloop drove along under the cloudless night sky, while the moonlight poured down glamour on the shining water. Evelyn harmonized with such things as these. It was true that she had repulsed him, but that, he remembered, once more with a sense of compunction, was what he deserved for entering into an alliance against her with her venial father. He was glad now that he had acquiesced in her dismissal of him, since to have stood firm and broken her to his will would have brought disaster upon both of them. He felt that she had not wholly escaped him, after all. By and by he would go back and seek her favour by different means. Then she might, perhaps, forgive him and listen. End of chapter 14. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 15 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 15. The First Misadventure. The breeze freshened fiercely with the red and fiery dawn, and Vane, who had gone below, was advised of it by being flung off the locker on which he sat, with coffee and biscuits before him, in the saloon. The jug, overturning, spilled its contents upon his person, the biscuits were scattered, but he picked himself up in haste and scrambled out into the well. He found the sloop slanted over with a good deal of her lee deck submerged in rushing foam, and Carroll bracing himself against the strain upon the tiller. "I'll let her come up when you're ready," Carroll remarked. "We had better get some sail off her, if we mean to hold on to the mast." He put down his helm, and the sloop, forging round to windward, rose upright, with her heavy main-boom banging to and fro. After that they were desperately busy for the next few minutes, and Vane wished they had engaged a hand in Vancouver, instead of waiting to hire a Siwash somewhere up the coast. There was a headsail to haul to windward, which was difficult, and the mainsheet to get in, and then the two men, standing on the slippery, inclined deck, struggled hard to haul the canvas down to the boom. The jerking spar smote them in the ribs. Once or twice the reefing tackle beneath it was torn from their hands. But they mastered the sail, tying 2 reefs in it to reduce its size, and the craft afterwards drove away with her lee rail just awash. "You had better go down and get some biscuits," Vane said to his comrade. "You mayn't have an opportunity later." "It looks like that," Carroll agreed. "The wind's backing northwards, and that means more of it before long. You can call if you want me." He disappeared below, and Vane sat at the helm with a frown on his face. He knew that the breeze would increase and draw ahead, which was unfortunate, because they would have to beat, fighting for every fathom they slowly made. There was no help for it, and he buttoned his jacket against the spray, while by the time Carroll came up the sloop was plunging sharply, pitching showers of stinging brine all over her when the bows went down. They drove her at it stubbornly most of the day, making but little to windward, while the seas got bigger and whiter, until they had some trouble to keep the light boat they carried upon the deluged deck. At last, when she came bodily aft amidst a frothing cascade which poured into the well, Vane brought the sloop round, and they stretched away to the eastwards, until they could let go the anchor in smooth water beneath a wall of rock. They were very wet and stiff with cold, for winter was drawing near. "We'll get supper," said Vane. "If the breeze drops at dusk, we'll go on again." Having eaten little since dawn, they enjoyed the meal, and Carroll would have been content to remain at anchor afterwards. The tiny saloon was comfortably warm, and it would be pleasanter to lounge away the evening on a locker with his pipe, instead of sitting amidst the bitter spray at the helm. But Vane was proof against his companion's hints. "With a head wind we'll be some time working up to the rancherie, and then we have 30 miles of coast to search for the inlet Hartley reached," he said. "After that there's the valley to locate. He was uncertain how far it lay from the beach." "It couldn't be very far. You wouldn't expect a man who was sick to make any great pace." "I can imagine a man who knew he must reach the coast before he started making a pretty vigorous effort. Do you remember the time we crossed the divide in the snow?" "I could remember it if I wanted," said Carroll with a shiver. "It's about the last thing I'm anxious to do." "The trouble is that there are many valleys in this strip of country, and we may have to try a number before we strike the right one," Vane went on. "I can't spend very much time over this search. As soon as the man we put in charge of the mine has tried his present system long enough to give us something to figure on, I want to see what can be done to increase our output. We haven't marketed very much refined metal yet." "There's no doubt it would be advisable," Carroll, who looked after their finances, answered. "As I've pointed out, you have spent a good deal of the cash you got when you turned the Clermont over to the company. In fact, that's one reason why I didn't try to head you off this timber hunting scheme. You can't spend many dollars over it, and if the spruce comes up to expectations, you ought to get them back. It would be a fortunate change after your extravagance in England." "That is a subject I don't want to talk about. We'll go up and see what the weather's like." Carroll shivered when they stood in the well. A nipping wind came down across the darkening firs ashore, but there was no doubt that it had fallen somewhat, and he resigned himself when Vane began to pull the tiers off the mainsail. In a few minutes they were under way, the sloop heading out towards open water with 2 reefs down in her mainsail. A great and ghostly shape of slanted canvas that swept across the dim, furrowed plain of sea. By midnight the breeze was as strong as ever, but they had clear moonlight and they held on, the craft plunging with flooded decks through the white combers, while Carroll sat at the helm, battered by spray and stung with cold. When Vane came up, an hour or two later, the sea was breaking viciously. They held on, and soon after day broke with its first red flush ominously high in the eastern sky, stretched in towards the land, with a somewhat sheltered bay opening up beyond a foam-fringed point ahead of them. Carroll glanced dubiously at the white turmoil, in the midst of which black fangs of rock appeared, before he turned to his companion. "Will she weather the point on this tack?" he asked. "She'll have to," said Vane, who was steering. They stood on, though it occurred to Carroll that they were not opening up the bay very rapidly. The light was growing, and he could now discern the orderly phalanxes of white-topped combers that crumpled into chaotic spouting on the point's outer end. The sloop would not last long if she touched bottom there. But once more, after a glance at his companion's face, he kept silent. After all, Vane was leader, and when he looked as he did, then he usually resented advice. The mouth of the bay grew wider, until Carroll could see most of the forest-girt shore on one side of it, but the surf upon the point was also growing unpleasantly near. Wisps of spray whirled away from it and vanished among the scrubby firs clinging to the fissured crags behind. The sloop, however, was going to windward, for Vane was handling her with skill, and she had almost cleared the point when there was a bang and the sloop stopped suddenly. The comber to windward that should have lifted her up broke all over her, flinging the boat on deck upon the saloon skylight and pouring inches deep over the coaming into the well. Vane was hurled from the tiller and cut his forehead, for his wet face was smeared with blood, but he had seized a big oar to shove her off when she swung upright, moved, and struck again. The following sea hove her up, there was another less violent crash, and while Vane dropped the oar and grasped the helm she suddenly shot ahead. "She'll go clear," he shouted. "Jump below and see if she's damaged." Carroll got no further than the scuttle, for the saloon floorings on the depressed side were already awash, and he could hear an ominous splashing and gurgling. "It's pouring into her," he reported. Vane nodded. "You'll have to pump." "We passed an opening some miles to lee. Wouldn't it be better if you ran back there?" Carroll suggested. "No," said Vane. "I won't run a yard. There's another inlet not far ahead, and we'll stand on until we reach it. I'd put her on the beach here, only that she'd go to pieces with the first shift of wind to the westward." Carroll agreed with this opinion, but there is a great difference between running to leeward with the sea behind the vessel, and thrashing to windward when it is ahead, and he hesitated. "Get the pump started. We're going on," Vane said shortly. The pump was, fortunately, a powerful one, and they had nearly 2 miles of smoother water before they stretched out of the bay upon the other track, but when they did so, Carroll, who glanced down again through the scuttle, could not flatter himself that he had reduced the water. After half an hour of it, he was breathless and exhausted, and Vane took his place. The sea was higher, the sloop wetter than she should have been, and there was no doubt that the water was rising fast inside her. Carroll wondered how far ahead the inlet his companion had mentioned lay, and the next 2 hours were anxious ones to both of them. Turn about, they pumped with savage determination and went back, gasping, to the helm, to thrash the boat on. They drove her remorselessly, and she went through the combers, swept and streaming, while the spray scourged the helmsman's face as he gazed to weather. Their arms and shoulders ached from working in a cramped position, but since there was no help for it, they toiled doggedly, until at last the crest of a crag they were heading for sloped away in front of them. A few minutes later they drove past the end of it into a broad lane of water with long ranks of firs dropping steeply to its edge. The wind was suddenly cut off, the combers fell away, and the sloop crept slowly up the inlet, which wound, green and placid, among the hills. Vane strode to the scuttle and looked down at the flood which splashed languidly to and fro below. "It's fortunate that we're in. Another half hour would have seen the end of her," he said. "Let her come up a little. There's a smooth beach to yonder cove." She slid in quietly, scarcely rippling the smooth surface of the tiny basin, about which there rose great black firs, and Carroll laid her on the beach. "Now," said Vane, "drop the boom on the shore side, to keep her from canting over, and then we'll get breakfast. We'll see where she's damaged when the tide ebbs." Since most of their stores had lain in the flooded lockers, from which there had been no time to extricate them, the meal was not an appetizing one. They were, however, glad of it, and, rowing ashore afterwards, they lay on the shingle in the sunshine while the sloop was festooned with their drying clothes. "If she has only split a plank or two, we can patch her up," Vane remarked. "There are all the tools we'll want in the locker." "Where will you get new planks from?" Carroll inquired. "I don't think we have any spikes that would go through the frames." "That," said Vane, "is the trouble. I expect I'll have to make a trip across to Comox for them in a sea canoe. We're sure to come across a few Siwash somewhere in the neighborhood. I can't say that this expedition is beginning fortunately." "There's no doubt on that point," Carroll agreed. "Well," said Vane, "she has to be patched up, and until I find that spruce I'm going on." Carroll made no comment. It was not worth while to object when Vane was obviously determined. End of chapter 15. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 16 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 16. The Bush. It was a quiet evening, nearly a fortnight after the arrival of the sloop, and pale sunshine streamed into the cove. Little glittering ripples lapped lazily along the shingle, and the placid surface of the inlet was streaked with faint blue lines where wandering airs came down from the heights above. Now and then an elfin sighting fell from the ragged summits of the tall black firs, but it died away again, and afterwards the silence was only broken by the pounding of a heavy hammer and the crackle of a fire. Carroll sat beside the latter, alternately holding a stout plank up to the blaze and dabbing its hot surface with a dripping mop. A big sea canoe lay drawn up near the spot, and one of its copper-skinned Siwash owners sat amongst the shingle, stolidly watching the white men. His comrade was inside the sloop, holding a big stone against one of her frames, while Vane crouched outside her, swinging a hammer. Vane, who was stripped to shirt and trousers, had arrived from Comox across the strait at dawn that morning in the sea canoe. It was a long trip, and they had had wild weather on the outward journey, but he had set to work with characteristic energy as soon as he landed. Now, though the sun was low, he was working rather harder than ever, with the flood tide, which would shortly compel him to desist, creeping up to his feet. Carroll, who watched him with quiet amusement, was on the whole content that the tide was rising, because his comrade had firmly declined to stop for dinner, and he was conscious of a sharpening appetite. It was comforting to reflect that Vane would be unable to get the plank into place before the evening meal, because if there had been any prospect of his doing so, he would certainly have postponed the latter. By and by he stopped a moment and turned to Carroll. "If you were any use in an emergency, you'd be holding up for me instead of that wooden image inside," he remarked. "He will back the stone against any frame except the one I'm nailing." "The difficulty is that I can't be in two places at the same time," Carroll pointed out. "Shall I leave this plank? You can't get it in tonight." "I'm going to try," Vane answered grimly. He turned round to direct the Siwash, and then cautiously hammered in one of the wedges a little farther, after which, swinging back the hammer, he struck a heavy blow. The result was disastrous, for there was a crash, and one of the shores shot backwards, striking him in the knee. He jumped with a savage cry, and next moment there was a sharp snapping, and the end of the plank sprang out. Then another shore gave way, and when the plank fell clattering at his feet, he whirled the hammer round his head and hurled it violently into the bush. This appeared to afford him some satisfaction, and he strode up the beach, with the blood dripping from the knuckles of one hand. "That's the blamed Siwash's fault," he said. "I couldn't get him to back up when I put the last spike in." "Hadn't you better tell him to come out?" Carroll suggested. "No," said Vane. "If he hasn't sense enough to see that he isn't wanted, he can stay where he is all night. Are you going to get supper, or must I do that too?" Carroll set about preparing the meal, which the two Siwash partook of, and afterwards departed, with some paper currency. Then Vane, walking down the beach, came back with the plank, and after lighting his pipe, pointed to one or two broken nails in it. "That's the cause of the trouble," he said. "It cost me a week's journey to get the package of galvanized spikes. I could have managed to split a plank or two out of one of these firs. The storekeeper fellow assured me that they were specially annealed for heading up. If I knew who the manufacturers were, I'd have pleasure in telling them what I think of them. If they set up to make spikes, they ought to make them, and empty every keg that won't stand the test onto the scrap heap." Carroll smiled. The course his partner had indicated was the one he would have adopted. He was characterized by a somewhat grim idea of efficiency, and never spared his labor to attain it, though the latter fact had now and then its inconveniences for those who had cooperated with him, as Carroll had discovered. The latter had no doubt that Vane would put the planks in if he spent a month over the operation. "I wouldn't have had this trouble if you'd been handier with tools," he resumed. "My abilities aren't as varied as yours, and the thing is bad economy," Carroll replied. "Skill of the kind you mentioned is worth about $3 a day. You were getting $2 for shoveling in a mining ditch when I first met you." "I was," Carroll assented good-humoredly. "I believe another month or two of it would have worn me out. It's considerably pleasanter and more profitable to act as your understudy. But a fairly proficient carpenter might have bungled the latter." Vane looked embarrassed. "Let it pass. I've a pernicious habit of expressing myself, unfortunately. Anyhow, we'll start again on those planks first thing tomorrow." He stretched out his aching limbs beside the fire, and languidly watched the firs grow dimmer and the mists creep in ghostly trails down the steep hillside, until Carroll broke the silence. "Wallace," he said, "wouldn't it be wiser if you met that fellow Horsfield to some extent?" "No," said Vane decidedly. "I have no intention of giving way an inch. It would only encourage the man to press me on another point if I did. I'm going to have trouble with him, and the sooner it comes the better. There's only room for one controlling influence in the Clermont mine. In that case it might be as well to stay in Vancouver as much as possible and keep your eye on him." "The same idea has struck me since we sailed," Vane said. "The trouble is that until I've decided about the pulp mill he'll have to go unwatched, for the same reason that prevented you from holding up for me and steaming the plank. If for any unseen action of Horsfield's made it necessary, you couldn't let this pulp project drop." "No," said Vane. "You ought to understand why that's impossible. Drayton, Kitty, and Hartley count upon my exertions. They're poor folks, and I can't go back on them. If we can't locate the spruce, or it doesn't seem likely to pay for working up, there's nothing to prevent my abandoning the undertaking. But I'm not at liberty to do so just because it would be a convenience to myself. Hartley got my promise before he told me where to search." He strolled away to the tent they had pitched on the edge of the bush, but Carroll sat a while smoking beside the fire. He was suspicious of Horsfield, and foresaw trouble, more particularly now his comrade had undertaken a project which seemed likely to occupy a good deal of his attention. Hitherto Vane had owed part of his success to his faculty of concentrating all his powers upon one object. They rose at dawn next morning, and by sunset had fitted the new planks. 2 days later they sailed to the northwards, and eventually found the rancherie Hartley had mentioned, where they had expected to hire a guide. The rickety wooden building, however, was empty, and Vane pushed on again. He had now to face an unseen difficulty, because there were a number of openings in that strip of coast, and Hartley's description was of no great service in deciding which was the right one. During the next day or two they looked into several bights, and seeing no valleys opening out of them, went on again, until one evening they ran into an inlet with the forest-shrouded hollow at the head of it. Here they moored the sloop close in with a sheltered beach, and after a night's rest got ready their packs for the march inland. They had a light tent without poles, which could be cut when wanted, 2 blankets, an axe, and 1 or 2 cooking utensils, besides their provisions. In front of them a deep trough opened up in the hills, but it was filled with giant forest, through which no track led, and only those who have traversed the dim recesses of the primeval bush can fully understand what this implies. The west winds swept through that gateway, reaping as they went, and here and there tremendous trees lay strewn athwart each other, with their branches spread abroad in horrible tangles. Some had fallen amidst the wreckage left by previous gales, which the forest had partly made good, and there was scarcely a rod of the way that was not obstructed by half-rotten trunks. Then there were thick bushes, and an undergrowth of willows where the soil was damp with thorny brakes and matted fern in between. In places the growth was almost like a wall, and the men, who skirted the inlet, were glad to scramble forward among the rough boulders and ragged driftwood at the water's edge for some minutes at a time, until it was necessary to leave the beach behind. After the first few minutes there was no sign of the gleaming water. They had entered a region of dim green shade, where the moist air was heavy with resinous smells. The trunks rose about them in tremendous columns, thorns clutched their garments, and twigs and brittle branches snapped beneath their feet. The day was cool, but the sweat of tense effort dripped from them, and when they stopped for breath at the end of an hour, Vane estimated that they had gone a mile. "I'll be content if we can keep this up," he said. "It isn't likely," Carroll, who glanced down at a big rent in his jacket, replied with a trace of dryness. A little farther on they waded with difficulty through a large stream, and Carroll, who stopped, glanced round at a deep rift in a crag on one side of them. "I don't know if that could be considered a valley, but we may as well look at it," he suggested. They scrambled towards it, and reaching gravelly soil where the trees were thinner, Vane surveyed the opening. It was very narrow, and appeared to lose itself among the rocks. The size of the creek which flowed out of it was no guide, because those ranges are scored by running water. "We won't waste our time over that ravine," he said. "I noticed a wider one farther on, and we'll see what it's like, though Hartley led me to understand that he came down a straight and gently sloping valley. The one we're in answers the description." It was 2 hours before they reached the second opening, and then Vane, unstrapping his packs, clambered up the steep face of a crag. When he came back his face was thoughtful, and, sitting down, he lighted his pipe. "This search seems to take us longer than I expected," he said. "To begin with, there are a number of inlets, all of them pretty much alike, along this part of the coast. But I needn't go into the reasons for supposing that this is the one Hartley visited. Taking it for granted that we're right, we're up against another difficulty. So far as I could make out from the top of that rock, there's a regular series of ravines running back into the hills." "Hartley told you he came straight down to tidewater, didn't he?" "That's not much of a guide," Vane replied. "The slope of every fissure seems to run naturally from the inland watershed to this basin. Hartley was sick, and it was raining all the time, and coming out of any of these ravines he'd only have to make a slight turn to reach the water. What's more, he could only tell me he was heading roughly west, and allowing that there was no sun visible, that might have meant either northwest or southwest, which gives us the choice of searching the hollows on either side of the main valley. Now, it strikes me as most probable that he came down the latter, but we have to face the question whether we should push straight on, or search every opening that might be called a valley." "What's your idea?" Carroll rejoined. "That we ought to go into the thing systematically, and look at every ravine we come to." "I guess you're right, but I don't move another step tonight." "I've no wish to urge you. There's hardly a joint in my body that doesn't ache." Vane flung down his pack and stretched himself with an air of relief. "That's what comes of civilization and soft living. It would be nice to sit still while somebody brought me my supper." As there was nobody to do so, he took up the axe and set about hewing chips off a fallen trunk, while Carroll made a fire. Then he cut the tent poles and a few armfuls of twigs for a bed, and in half an hour the camp was pitched and a meal prepared. They afterwards lay a while, smoking and saying little, beside the sinking fire, the red light of which flickered upon the massy trunks and fell away again. Then they crawled into the tent and wrapped their blankets round them. Chapter 17. Recording by Roger Moline.